varying degrees of success, but I really like this method of transportation. I get to meet a lot of interesting people along the way.
Yeah, it is interesting.
And then every day is an unknown. I don't know who I'm going to meet that day, what's going to happen, where I'm going to end up. It's just enjoy it. Have you ever hitchhiked?
Yes.
Yeah. Just around Czech Republic?
Around Czech Republic, yes.
Yeah.
And here in Iceland as well. But I don't think, no, I've never done like, you know, like across countries or something like that.
Yeah. So just like local stuff to the next town, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Would you do a trip like that? Like a longer distance trip?
Yeah,
Hitchhiking,
I would, yeah.
And would you go by yourself or with a friend?
I prefer with a friend.
Yeah. No, I can see that. When you came here, did you come with anyone, or you came by yourself? And kind of
No, I came by myself.
Yeah. And you've liked it? It's been a positive experience?
Very much,
Yeah.
yeah, sure. It was like I felt very calm, you know, after arriving here.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the lifestyle like in the cities, and it's so different, and now we're there, and, you know, here, and all around's nothing, and people are like chilled, and, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I've got the same vibe. And the people are very open to what I'm doing here, like hitchhiking and backpacking and camping and stuff. It's in some places it's kind of looked down upon by some of the local population. Here everyone's like, yeah, that's cool.
yeah.
They have no problem picking you up.
I think that hitchhiking on Iceland is pretty easy
Yes, it is.
because of the only road, you know.
That's true. And like usually I use like a sign to let people know where I'm going, because most places have roads going in different directions,
Yeah,
different junctions,
exactly.
and here there's like you said, one road, so it's pretty clear where you're going.
Exactly.
I'm going west right now.
Uh-huh.
So there's a hotel up here. Is there anything else up here?
No,
No, just the hotel.
just a hotel and
Alright.
and the petrol station.
A petrol station. Okay, well that's good. There's services. Do you stay at the hotel as well if you work there?
Yeah, we have like accommodation there. Like there's a staff house, and because as I said, there is nothing around.
Yeah,
so
no.
we need to
Yeah.
stay there.
Yeah. What do you do at the hotel? What's your job?
I'm a waitress.
I'm guessing I already know the answer, but do they do any kind of tipping here in Iceland?
Like
Like
places.
on your tabs, like when you, as a waitress, like when someone has good, or if you give really good service, does anyone ever give you
tips.
tips? Yeah.
It's not so usual.
No.
It's not so common because the prices are very high.
Yeah.
So, like, yes, we are getting tips, but it's not like, for example, from my experience from European countries, like, or, yeah.
You get more
it's
in Europe?
different.
Or it's different in Europe compared to...
If I earn more?
Like in North America, United States, Canada, it's normal for people to tip 15 to 20% on every bill unless you get bad service.
Oh, no, it doesn't work like that
Yeah,
here.
I didn't think so. But sometimes people will give you some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're getting paid for it?
Yeah, this is my job now. I've been doing it for 7 months. And it's grown quite a bit since that point. It's gotten to the point where I can sustain myself. I don't make a lot of money, but enough to sustain a hitchhiker where I sleep in a tent at night and I hitchhike, so accommodation and transportation are free.
Sure.
But it's enough to
But no, the flight tickets.
Oh, well, I guess, yeah, enough flights is. Like, economy flights aren't that expensive anymore. Like, the prices have come down quite a bit. It can be affordable to travel.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Yeah, when I get out, I'll give you a card. If you want to see what I do, it has a link to where you can see what I make. You can chat and say hi as well on there. There's people that will watch and then they'll interact with me as I do my thing. And it's an interactive live documentary on what hitchhiking is like. So I start every day in my tent. Like, I turn it on in my tent, hang out, go there, and I'll hitchhike, and I'll end my day in my tent.
Yeah.
Do the whole day. Which part of Australia are you going to?
Melbourne.
Melbourne. I was there last fall, so I was curious. It was somewhere I'd been, but I did not go to Melbourne.
Oh.
I went from, I flew to Gold Coast, went out to Brisbane, and then went through the middle, and across to Perth. So, didn't do the southeast. They've got like one major road, and it's all one-lane bridges. Traveled and lived in a bunch of other countries, or has it been like Czech Republic and here?
Czech Republic and Austria and here.
In Austria. Okay. Do you have a favorite?
Favorite?
Yeah, country that you've been to. Favorites are tough for me. I don't know if they're tough for you.
I don't know. You know, every country has something.
I agree.
And I'm more like I like warmer weather. But
You picked the bad place for that.
yes, but you know, this is like you cannot compare to anything. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I always say that Iceland is like it worth to see it, and it's you know amazing, but only for 10 days or a week. It's not very much for living.
Okay. Yeah. But you've been here a year, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
but it's to be honest, it's only because of the money.
Yeah. It pays well here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Once you leave here, do you think you'll ever come back, or you're all Iceland out?
No, it's not my plan.
Iceland, yeah.
But I will see. It can happen.
That's true. if you're working here, it'd be more of an more of a process. But I think if you're a tourist, it's generally pretty easy. Like, it's quite easy as a Canadian to come to Europe and travel around. And I think usually they mirror each other. So I think for a European, it's pretty easy to come to Canada or United States as a tourist. I don't know how long you get.
As a tourist, If I go, I would prefer to stay longer.
Yeah. And there's a lot to see.
Yeah.
There's a lot to see.
So it would be nice, like, to get the opportunity to get a job there, you know, or something like that. Because otherwise it's an expensive vacation. Like, if you want to, for example, stay 2 months, or, then I would need to stay here for another half a year and then go
to work the same
go
for that, yeah.
travel to events. Or Canada,
I'm biased, but I'm going to say if you don't have that long, go around the west coast. The west coast. It's nicer.
Is it?
Well, more naturally beautiful. It's like you got your mountains, you got all your towns. But I'm from there, so you know you're going to be biased to where you're from. So is this the town and that's the hotel?
No.
No.
It's a little bit further.
Oh, okay. Is it hard work here? Is it not too bad? Reasonable hours?
No, the work is not hard at
Okay.
all.
Oh, that's nice.
And it's like you're doing every day the same, you know. So the routine.
You get bored?
Oh yes,
Yeah.
very much.
Do you have like a dream job then? Something that you would love to see yourself doing in 10 years or something like that?
Well, I cannot answer this question. I
No.
have no idea.
No, I don't either. No idea what I want to do. Get a lot of people asking me, they're like, so when you're done hitchhiking and you want to do something normal with your life, have you picked
Like, yes, I wouldn't say like a lot, but
several?
yeah.
It's all been a positive experience. Anything interesting happen? No.
Nothing interesting.
Because like it has that negative stigma, like that, like people think it's dangerous. People think bad things are gonna happen if you hitchhike or you pick up hitchhikers.
Yes, it's
But-
true.
From talking to people that picked me up and from my experience hitchhiking, it's not
Never
that.
happened.
It's not very. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. 100% sunny? Okay, alright.
Yeah. And like it's interesting because there is more sunlight in autumn than summer.
Really?
Like the summer is here very rainy.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm like, you know, as I said, like it's so awesome when you're like here for a while, but I'm, you know, tired and you can feel like physically that you miss the sunlight and that you, yeah, if you understand. And for example, like now in winter, when the daylight is only like for 5 hours,
Yeah.
and in December it's even worse, like for 4 hours. It's like that the sun goes up like at 12 and or 11 and at 3 p.m. is dark.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's not very much sun.
Yes.
I'm running into that problem here hitchhiking because I only hitchhike when it's light out. I don't hitchhike at night. And yeah, right now you got like 6 hours from 10 to 4 of the sun being up and being light out. And my days are so short, and then you get 18
Yes,
hours of it
yes.
being dark, and I'm like, what do I do for 18 hours?
Yeah, what to do?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So are you here for this winter and then leaving, or are you going
Yes,
soon?
exactly. I am staying like till 28th of December.
Yeah.
Then I fly home for a few days, and then I need to fly to Australia.
Home for just a few days?
Yes, because the school is starting 7th
Yeah.
January. So just for a few days, it will be quick. Just, you know, change the winter clothes for the summer
Yeah.
clothes and.
Now I can show you how the pioneers hitchhiked.
Awkward Stroud, thanks for the host.
And your most interesting experience from hitchhiking?
Most interesting experience from hitchhiking? Oh, that's a tough one. Most interesting experience.
Or, you know, that something happened like in common or.
Yeah. Okay, I got one. Okay, so I've hitchhiked for 4 years in 25 countries, and always in the back of my mind, I've been like, it'd be really cool to hitchhike on an airplane. And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. Like, how do you hitchhike on an airplane? Like, that's a weird thing to do. But I was hitchhiking in California, south on my way to LA, and this guy picked me up in his truck. And we were driving past an airport, and I started talking about planes and stuff like that. And he turns out he's a private pilot, and he's like, we're driving past this place. I have a friend that flies there. Maybe if he's there, he can take you up for a flight. We went there. He wasn't there. Oh well, that didn't work. But then he offered to drive me back to his place, let me crash there. He'd take me up for a flight in his plane the next day, then got me a flight on his friend's 5 airplanes in all in the United States, where I just walk. So here's the strategy: you go to a small municipal airport. People, you talk to everyone you can. You try to find a pilot that's flying somewhere, and if they're flying somewhere, and they have the authority to be able to take you, then they might just take you. As long as they got space for you and weight clearance for you, because these are like small single-engine airplanes, like Cessnas and stuff like that. So they can't take that much stuff, but if they have room and space for you, then they might take you.
You know, that's possible.
Yeah. So
That is
that happened trip this summer was through all 50 U.S. states, and then did some airplane hitchhiking here and there. Do you have any interesting stories from your hitchhiking? Or
No, I don't.
no? Not yet. Okay. You gotta do more of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just started.
Do you like hiking and stuff? Yeah. In your time off, do you ever like go hiking around the mountains?
When it's possible, like when it's not very rainy or windy,
Yeah.
then I like to do it.
Is there like any area for hiking or climbing that stands out to you in your time here? Like if I were to come back.
Well, in our area,
Yeah.
like I have like 3 options, not many.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's all the same. Like, you know, as I remember when I was talking about the routine. So, but close to Vic,
Yeah.
there is a
Yeah, you definitely do. You're not gonna walk anywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah. Riding your bike wouldn't be fun either. Yeah, kind of need a car.
I've seen people here like on the bikes.
There's not much shoulder on the road. It's narrow roads.
It's okay that it's narrow, but sometimes the wind like that they're like this.
Yeah.
You know? Oh, what's your name?
Trevor.
Trevor.
And yours?
I'm Katarina.
Katarina? Nice to meet you.
It was nice to meet you. Alright.
That's perfect. Yeah. All right. I'll give you a card. Do you want to see what I do? Find my stuff here.
That would be nice.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, actually, as part of like the documentation process, would you mind if we get a quick picture together just from here? Sure. Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you so much for the ride. And have a great rest of
you're
your day.
very welcome. It was nice to meet you and
You as well.
Good luck.
Thanks. All right. See ya. I'm gonna refill my water bottle. And the bus stops here. Goes all the way to Reykjavik. Oh, I guess that's the last resort. Right for my water bottle in the washroom. Okay, this is very
Are these about? You guys want to share some of these with me? Marble muffins?
Just got water and Snickers and
Well, no, it's that way. I guess I don't have
oh, I've got more digestive cookies. The bread. It's expensive. I should get some of the bread. What else do I have? Got honey. Do they have peanut butter? Looks like peanut butter. No, they don't do peanut butter here, I guess. Oh, let's get some of this bread. Peanut butter isn't all that popular outside the US. The Netherlands is popular.
That used to be a thing in the US. I think everywhere have those nuts too. Yeah, just the blue bag.
Shoaib, are you coming?
That's it. How does peanut butter sound nasty? Do peanuts themselves sound nasty? It's just crushed up peanuts. Alright. Let's see what this looks like for hitchhiking. The hitchhikeability of this place. Check it out. It's kind of cold out. Can you see my... I don't think you can see my breath. I can see my breath. Bread and water and a Snickers bar. Let's eat the Snickers bar, actually. I gotta set this stuff down for a moment so I can put my stuff away. Japan has it? There you go. Japan's all about the peanut butter. Yo. Have you asked anyone directly for it? In history, yeah, I prefer not to. I like to have people make the decision rather than me putting them on the spot. Like, they still have to make the decision if I put them on the spot and ask them directly. But I prefer to just be like, put my thumb out and they make the call. Putting something on the bread or just eat it straight? Just eat it straight. I could put digestive cookies on the bread. That'd be good. Frickin' tripod leg is killing me. You go there for a minute. Okay, we're just gonna crush the bread. Ground is frosty. It's frosty. Water ball now full. That's nice. It is empty. Usually don't let it get empty, but I did. Okay. Where are you from? Reykjavik? A couple hours. A few hours? An amount of hours? You filled it with hot water? Why? You're confused? What are you confused about? How much is gas here? I don't know. I don't feel like walking back over there. People in Iceland speak English? Every person in Iceland I've met has spoken English. Let's see what we got for road here. Not much of a shoulder. There. Like, there's not very much traffic. Hot water and cold plus? I was gonna put some, I don't know. I don't like drinking hot water. Tea, coffee, something like that. Where are you heading right now? Reykjavik. West.
I saw you say that you don't hitchhike at night. Is that because it's too dangerous and because they're a greater risk of someone trying to murder you, or is it another reason?
There's like no shoulder. There's like no cars either, so I can show you right now. Like, there's just no shoulder. Like, I can hitchhike here, because it's like the only place to do it. And I'd probably do it right here while they're still going slow in town. And I can safely get off the road. They just can't pull over that easily. And then everyone here can kind of see me and see that I'm hitchhiking. And it's a straight stretch, so they should be able, like, with a dashed line so people can pass there. That's probably really my only bet. This is my best bet, but like my only bet. I could actively ask people at the little gas station place. Getting dark in 2 hours though? Yeah, I know. I am aware. Is it 2-lane all the way around Iowa? I think so. Except for those 1-lane bridges. Did I hitchhike to Iceland on a ship? No, I flew here from Vancouver. What's her name? Katerina? I think? Something like that. Got my card.
Oh yeah, boss. Yes, okay. Everything good is nasty. No one buys for free. And ain't nothing good unless you play with it. Yeah.
Morning, Nordist. Thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Twitch. I appreciate that. There, I'm gonna sit you guys down. I'm gonna stand here for a while. See if we can get any cars coming by. And eat a Snickers bar. A little higher up. Twice I've been scammed in my bits. Well, I do things and I miss things. You can just remind me. Jim Jones is God. Thank you for the 200 bits 2 minutes ago. Sorry for scamming you for 2 minutes. I saw you say that you don't hitchhike at night. Is that because it's too dangerous and because it's a great risk of someone trying to murder you? Or another reason? It's because you interact with traffic at night and they can't see you as well. But also people seem to act differently at night. Country bit of rides? Easy. How long have we been in Iceland? 4 days. I've yet to have a car drive past. That has to happen for me to get a ride. Iceland very big. The ring road's 1,300 kilometers. That runs not always right at the edge, but kind of as a loop around the island. So it's pretty big. No, there's a gas station right here. It's a very small town. Club time. I refuse to ride. Mostly for, they're not going where I'm going, or they're going like very short in that direction. I don't know if there's a good spot to hitchhike there. few times because they come off in an aggressive or negative way. Alright, not the best. I sent some as well, but I don't think your alert is that my alert doesn't make noise at all. Sometimes miss it, but you just remind me in chat when I'm in a car. I don't. If it was when I was in a car, I don't really interact with chat that much inside the vehicle. Sometimes I miss them. You just have to remind me. Far away is the crazy section of the ring road with the steep bridges and huge waves. I don't know. I haven't been there. Support the backpack. At least you rest a little. For whatever reason, I feel like wearing the backpack right now. No signs. There's one road. If I'm facing this way and hitchhiking this way, I'm going west. Going that way, I'm going east, and then it loops north. There's no one to pull over. There's no other place. So we deal with it. And there's barely any traffic. I've had 3 cars. The thing is, when there's no cars and the car stops, well, there's not really anything to interfere with because there's no cars. Sure, you can whisper me in editor. Stream snipe? Yeah, I've had people come by, come say hi. These guys are stuck. Something to do with the OBS or something like that. Any cold nights in your tent? Oh, it was like 5 last night. It wasn't too bad. On the Hitchhiking Canada trip, I had a -2 night in Edmonton and it was snowing. Then we had another, I think it was -2 night in somewhere in Michigan or something. Wind noise giving you chills. Is it loud wind? If it's loud wind, then my microphone might not be working properly. It's cold in Wisconsin. It was. And then we got to like North Dakota and it was like freaking warm. It was surprising. What was it? It was like 70 degrees or something like that. It's weird. An hour of light. Sunset's around 4, so an hour and a half. It's not that loud. Okay. It's gentle. Yeah, the breeze is blowing, but it's quite calm. I have a feeling the mic might be disconnected if you're hearing the wind because it's pretty gentle. ASMR wind? Okay, it's just gentle ASMR wind. As long as it's ASMR. Because that's really what this channel is all about. Kind of tinny. guessing we're on the stock microphone. I'm trying to play with that. Alright, let's try and fix it. Clear skies for tonight? Is it supposed to be clear tonight? I hope so. Showed off your Canadian flag when hitching? No, I haven't. I tell people I'm from Canada. I don't fly the flag. It's just... It's almost 1 second. Yeah, hour and a half. How about now? Does it sound the same? No, timer. Timer's broken. See any cat or dogs there? I saw a cat in Reykjavik. I picked up a left flying flag. Yeah, it might expedite my pickup times. Much better? Alright. Alright. Directional microphone with a dead cat on it. More betterer? Yes. We got that more betterer. Actually, okay, well this one keeps charging even when it doesn't need to be, and then it dies quicker than it should. No, you're not. That's not what I asked you to do. Oh crap. Okay. Oh, never mind. Less worse? That's good. Minutes daylight remaining. Hour and a half of daylight remaining. Using a gun run backpack? No. Just a single SIM card right now on a cell phone. I can't power gun run backpacks or any kind of backpack using a live view, Teradek, or TVU. Gets dark, what do? I set up my tent. If it gets dark here, then I'll go in there and eat something probably, and then find some place around here to set up. They were speeding in town. You're supposed to slow down. Have you done Asia? I've done the Asian part of Russia and Japan for hitchhiking, and I've been to Hong Kong and Vietnam. Not hitchhiking. And right, so we had to day one. We spent most of the day hiking though. we have 5 rides total in EU now. This doesn't look easy. Hitchhiking in Iceland's pretty easy. They have a lack of shoulders though. There's a lack of shoulders on the roads. I'm hoping someone will just pull into this gas station, see me hitchhiking, and be like, "Hey, where are you headed?" And I'll be like, "Here," and they're like, "Oh yeah, me too." And then we ride off into the sunset, and literally the sunset because the sun's setting soon. Why don't you rent a cart? What's this channel called? Can you remind me? Coming to England, Trevor? Yeah, after going to UK after when I leave Iceland. Try a big ass smile on your stomach? No, because it's hard to do it's hard for me to do an authentic smile when you're not smiling about anything. It just comes off as creepy. How long in England? Until I leave England? I don't know, I don't have a plan. No one stops? Yes, they do. These tour buses won't pull over because they've got a van full of paying tourists. Much problems with people not picking you up? Not really. You'll always get a ride, just gotta give it time. If it takes more than about 30 minutes, then everyone starts freaking out and saying they'll never get a ride and I'm doing it wrong. Because clearly if I was doing it right, I would have had a ride within 30 minutes. When really you're just dealing with, it's a numbers game. There's things you can do to expedite the process and like make your average wait time shorter, but still, you can be doing everything perfect and it could still take hours. Start walking. People are driving slow here. They're going to be driving 100 plus. The speed limit's 90, but people drive 100 plus once I get past the town. Also, if the sun does set, I can go grab a bite to eat. How cold is it? It's like 5 degrees. Feels colder than that. As it was like that much where we were before, but it didn't feel that cold. Here it feels colder. Hey, how's it going? Good. Where are you guys headed to?
The trunk? Yeah. Either way.
Well, thank you for grabbing me.
That's alright.
Been waiting for long?
No, just like 10 minutes.
Oh,
15 minutes. Yeah, not too bad. Iceland's been pretty friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you guys from?
I'm from London.
London?
Belgium.
Belgium. Nice.
How about yourself?
Canada.
Canada, where?
Near Vancouver.
Nice. What's your name?
Trevor.
Trevor, I'm Tita.
Dita?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Peter? Nice to meet you too. What type of music?
Brian Eno.
Brian Eno.
Do you know Brian Eno?
No.
Listen to, well, you're going to listen to Brian Eno.
Yeah, alright, cool.
Hitchhiking all around Iceland?
I've just been here like 4 days, and I just went to the Glacier Lagoon place, and then I'm hitchhiking back to Reykjavik, and I'm flying to UK from there.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Where in the UK?
Starting around London, and then going from there.
Nice.
Yeah. But hitchhiked the past 4 years in 25 countries.
Whoa.
And now I make a documentary on it.
So the documentary's about hitchhiking?
Yeah.
So have you found it the hardest?
You know, there's nowhere that stands out too much as being super difficult. Iceland's been one of the easiest, or the quickest to find rides.
I imagine because it's like nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Just come in. Like, you're in the middle.
Yeah, and there's something about the mentality people have here. Like, they're very open to people backpacking and hitchhiking and traveling and stuff like that. Where some places it's kind of looked down upon.
Yeah.
But here, I don't get that vibe even from your average normal population.
Yeah.
Like, there's places like going around the United States, like your average person kind of thinks what you're doing is strange and weird and not normal.
Yeah.
Here, it doesn't seem like I'm doing anything weird.
Yeah.
Do you guys usually pick up hitchhikers when you see them, or?
I would like to, but the thing is, like, very often I'm driving, I see it too late,
Yeah.
and you're just like, not gonna make any sense.
Yeah.
Although, yeah,
So.
I try to, but it's pretty rare that I see hitchhikers.
Yeah, and then that's one of the things with hitchhiking. Like, some people are like, why don't you just like walk down the road? But like, my strategy is to find a good place to hitchhike and then wait there. It's a place with a long line of sight, so what you said doesn't happen. By the time you see them, you're already driving past them. So long line of sight, a wide shoulder where they can safely pull over. That doesn't exist in Iceland. They don't believe in shoulders on the road, apparently. And ideally, slow traffic. So if you like in the town, people have to slow down for the town, so they slow down a bit already, rather than being here on the highway where the speed limit's 90, but everyone drives 100, 110.
Yeah.
It's weird with that narrow shoulder and stuff interacting with traffic at those speeds.
Yeah, you're like, please come.
Yeah. And plenty of people give you space, but sometimes no, they don't give you anything, and you're like, all right, 110 kilometers an hour, about 30 centimeters from my face. Yeah.
I did a lot of hitchhiking when I was like early 20s.
Yeah.
And then it's super fun, but sometimes really waiting for 4 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
Once we just got stuck somewhere where there was a lot of passenger cars for a long time.
What was your longest wait time?
What?
What was your longest wait time?
The longest wait time was
Yeah.
really like a whole night. Like,
A whole. Oh, you hitchhiked through the night?
At a certain point, when I was hitchhiking in Italy, I just gave up.
Really?
And
I've heard Italy's tough for hitchhiking. I haven't been there. I've been through a lot of Europe, but not Italy.
But then we just returned there.
Yeah.
And then it was really like, I don't know, it was really cool that the man that picked us up was a gay man who was just happy to get some long fresh in his car. And it was like,
And
hey, that's good.
he was chill about it. Like he
Yeah,
like yeah
it's super
yeah.
nice. Really nice. But yeah, it's like this weird thing. When you say that, people find it not normal.
Yeah.
It's like people drive too much alone.
Yeah, that's true. My dad always used to pick up.
I remember when I was a kid, we picked up like hitchhikers like a few times. Like if he ever saw them, he would stop and pick them
Yeah.
up. Because he used to do a lot of hitchhiking when he was
Yeah.
younger.
And that's very normal. It's like I'd say like the average person that picks you up used to hitchhike themselves,
Yeah, exactly.
and are kind of like returning the favor now.
Yeah.
Kind of like
always,
yeah.
My mum was like, no, David, don't pick them up. And Dad's like, why? What if they're weird? It's like, so what if we're weird?
One of the last hitchhikers I picked up was, I thought it was a girl, and then it was a guy.
Yeah.
And then he gets into my car, and he's really smelly.
Yeah.
He's really young also, he's like 22 or something. And after like 10 minutes of talking, he's like, you're quite a hipster, ain't you? And I was like the whole time thinking like, wow, he's probably the biggest hippie I've seen in my life.
A hipster and a hippie.
It was really lovely. It was quite interesting.
Other than long wait times, did you ever have any negative experiences hitchhiking?
No, I didn't.
No.
I heard a guy who got raped.
You heard about a guy? Yeah.
It was really like, he said it in a kind of very random conversation.
Like.
And then he said, and then that happened.
Wow.
That was nice.
Wow.
That was it. That was it. Like,
That's
he gave the impression like, that happened and then I got over it.
Fucking hell.
Alright.
But a friend of mine, what I found really crazy and interesting was my kind of aunt I have. She used to go hitchhiking from Belgium and
Yeah.
Olympus or something in Greece. It's really far away. You pass Germany and then all Eastern Europe.
Mhm.
And she would be gone for like 3 months. And then her parents would get like 1 postcard.
Yeah.
I'm still alive. Don't worry.
It was just
And how do you two know each other?
We met at a festival in Portugal
Met in Portugal. A
Yeah.
festival in Portugal. Okay.
in September.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter came to visit me a little bit.
Yeah.
It was fun. And then he's in Reykjavik doing work for 2 months.
Oh yeah.
So like, come visit. So he's sure.
Why
So
not?
here we are.
You find a cheap flight from the UK to here? Yeah. Yeah, they can be pretty cheap.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap to fly everywhere. Like,
I guess it's a major hub, so yeah.
Europe's
Yeah.
so expensive.
Yeah. Is that always out of like Gatwick rather than Heathrow? Like for the low cost cost?
Stansted really cheap.
Stansted? Okay.
Europe. It's
Okay.
Like, I went to the Azores last week. It cost me £27 each way.
It's not bad at all.
Or like the same amount I just paid for lunch. Like a
Yeah.
sandwich here.
Yeah, Iceland is so expensive. Once you're here, you can get here pretty reasonably, but yeah.
I'm gonna fly back to the Azores without lunch.
Yeah. Like in a lot of places, I'll like sit down and like grab something to actually eat here. Here, I've eaten bread and crackers
Yeah.
the whole time.
Yeah. I bought a actually bought a suitcase with me with some beer and
Oh, really?
some gin and bread and crackers. My friends are like, oh yeah, when you get there it's really expensive, so just fill your suitcase with food and carbohydrates and like.
Perfect.
I'm only here till Wednesday.
Oh, okay. All right, it's Tuesday today, right? Yeah. Okay.
How long do you stay?
Just till Thursday.
How long have you been here?
Just since Friday.
Oh, okay.
Big storm was here.
What?
There's some random big storm here.
Storm, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's been raining so much.
Yeah. So,
So what have you seen in the last days?
I stayed the first day in Reykjavik, and then I started hitchhiking east. Made it to Vik the first day, and then I hitchhiked to the
That's where we were last.
yeah,
Where we stopped from here.
and then made it to the glacial lagoon place. I don't know, 30 minutes past where you where you picked me up. I got there at like 2 yesterday, and I just walked around until it got dark, and I camped out there, and now I'm hitchhiking back. So,
Yesterday we had some fun adventure.
what you guys did?
We heard that there was a hot pool kind of somewhere around some waterfalls.
Yeah.
So then when we went to the waterfall, I was like, where's the hot spring? She's like, it's on like 242. So then we drove to the 242.
Yeah.
And then I kind of like drove the 242. It was small. And it was nothing.
Yeah.
And it was a hotel, but I went to the hotel and I wanted to ask people at the desk. So there was nobody at the desk. There was just a telephone. So I didn't say. And I looked back in the car and I was like, nobody was there.
Yeah.
But then there was another hotel a bit further down the road. So I went there. And then again there was only a telephone. And then I called up and said, can I maybe know where the restaurant is? So like, yeah, it's in the end of the 242. Yeah, I drove the whole thing 242. It's not really okay. Just kind of past the hotel and stuff. Right straight ahead to the valley. So we come to a place where we can go on the car.
Yeah.
And we started walking and it was already dark.
The road kind of, you could drive to a certain point and then you had to stop, so it's like, the road just stopped.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So we're like walking.
It's pitch
And
black.
first we go like maybe 10 minutes walk.
Yeah.
And then we kind of get spread. And not really knowing what to do. We were like looking up and back. And then I had the impression that we were gonna go. And then Tita found something on her phone, like saying cool.
Yeah, we had like no signal. All we could see was like, it was
Great.
pitch black.
Mhm.
There was like mountains, like this river, just massive rocks. And we're just like, is this the way? Like the path had kind of gone, and we're just like, don't know, let's just keep walking. And then I suddenly got a signal on my phone for like 1 second, and it just came up, pool. It's like dot, like pool, but you couldn't see any information about the landscape. So it was
Okay.
just grey, and then pool. So we're like, okay, well it's this way. Like let's just go this way. But you couldn't see, you couldn't tell if it was like high because there were mountains. So we're like, do you
Yeah.
know if you go up or you go down? Or like, anyway, we're just like,
There was quite wild water.
yeah, there was like a
So
fucking river.
Uh-huh.
we're like in the dark, and I'm holding my battery pack, which has a big light in it,
Yeah.
in my mouth.
Trying to cross a fucking river.
Stone to stone, like in a kind of waterfall kind of area.
Yeah. In
And
the
then
pitch
Tita
black.
didn't really follow me there. So then we went back down to the part of the thing where it got spread out so much that you could just kind of walk over it.
Yeah.
And then we just kept on going. And
we were like, I don't think
Then I thought I smelled farts. Well, nobody farted.
Yeah.
So then
I
you knew
think
you were
they
close.
farting.
Yeah.
But Tita didn't smell anything. And then actually the pool didn't smell like that. But so we hit it once. Actually a pool. Like a whole kind of square concrete thing with a little
steps to get in.
steps
Oh, really?
in a
Yeah.
house
But it
for
was just-
changing your clothes.
There was no like indication that there was anything there until you got to it.
Huh.
There was like just rocks and
Yeah.
mountains, and then it was a pool,
It was
a hot
such a
pool,
roll.
natural hot pool.
How hot was it?
Not very hot.
Oh.
Once we went really close to the places where the hot water came in,
Yeah.
and then we kind of formed a human
We made
little
a human pool. Like
Okay,
for the
around the
hot
hot water, you're
And it
like,
was
yes,
really
this is.
hot. That part of our
That
Yeah.
part was hot. But yeah, we were like so looking forward to like a really hot pool, but it was like, fuck, it's so cold.
I did like it.
It was great. It was really great. It was really surreal to find this like, and because there was a building which had been used as like changing rooms, but there was loads of like abandoned clothes and shit.
Yeah.
Like loads of
everywhere.
shit. Like
Wet
yeah,
towels.
just wet towels, old t-shirts, like cans,
Rubber.
rubbish. So it was quite eerie, and it was like you just felt like you were gonna die there,
Yeah.
even though there was absolutely nobody around. It was like, this is where I'm gonna die, but it'll be really great.
And there's no one else there, it's just you
There's
guys.
no one else.
Oh, that's nice.
On our way back, we see three lights.
Oh yeah, the way back.
There's three French women.
Yeah, they were like,
Heading back.
is there a pool? And we were like, yeah, there is a pool, but it's cold. And they were like, it's cold. I was like, yeah, you have fun. They were pro though. They were really. They had like full walking gear, full head torches, like ropes. I feel we were just like in jeans and we had like our phone torch, like. Ah. It was good though.
And then the moon came out.
Yeah,
Yeah, the moon came out where I was last night too. It was nice.
it was nice. It was worth it.
But so you camped. And then
Yeah, I camped out next to the Iceberg Lagoon place thing.
Was it
which-
alright?
It was real nice.
we went
Yeah.
on a boat.
You went on a boat in there? Yeah.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was good.
It was good. It started raining too.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Was that today?
It
Yeah.
was just now.
Oh yeah, it rained on and off this morning. Maybe you saw me walking along the shore. I was trying to walk. I was walking towards the glacier just to like see how close I could get in a reasonable amount of time. It was still really far away. I walked for quite a while, and I'm still like, yeah, I'm not gonna make it to the glacier. And I turned around and walked back. But yeah, it rained on and off. Saw a herd of caribou.
Caribou?
Yeah.
Wow.
At least that's what people that were watching told me. I'm not good at identifying animals. I'm like, there's a herd of deer type things
Yeah.
with horns.
Oh, wow.
That's amazing.
Oh, it's such a photogenic country.
It really is.
Everything is just.
Yeah, you should place it on Western.
Oh, yeah, okay, well, we have some sisters with planes and
So what's your worst experience hitchhiking?
Well, it wasn't even hitchhiking, it was camping, but I finished my day of hitchhiking in rural Arkansas on my 50-state hitchhiking trip. I got dropped off next to a riverbank because it'd be a good spot for camping. There's some grass there. It looked like a good spot for camping, and I was setting up my camp on stream, and this car pulled up, and I didn't know why they were there, so I turned off my light because I'm like, I don't know why this anonymous car pulled up at night in the middle of nowhere in Arkansas. Turned off my light, like waited, and all of a sudden, I'm like, bang, gunshot, and I'm like, oh, shit. Like, this is, like, I can tell this is in the direction of me, but I don't think they know I'm here. I hope they don't know I'm here. And I took a chance on that, and I decided to turn on my light and call out and be like, hi, can you not shoot me? So I picked up my bag, walked over there, and the guy's like, oh, sorry, I didn't know you were there. And I'm like, yeah, I was there. And then he continued shooting at this sign, which, as I showed people in the morning, I'm like, this is where he was standing, this is the sign he was shooting at, and right behind that sign was little old me setting up my tent at that moment. But yeah, he shot off for like, I don't know, 20, 30 rounds. He bought a new 9mm pistol and he was testing it out. And then after he shot a bunch, he's like, "You want to like smoke up, guy?" Like he asked me if I wanted to smoke weed with him. I'm like, "No, thank you." And then he drove away. And then I went and finished setting up my tent and went to bed.
Wow. That's crazy.
I would have like maybe asked you. I could also shoot him. Try it out.
He was not practicing safe gun procedure. You should always know what's behind what you're shooting at.
We got picked up by a guy who was driving already for 30 hours straight.
Oh yeah?
And his co-driver, who was not driving, was just rolling one joint after the other. And we got in, and then one of us got in the front with them. But they were so tired, they were falling asleep behind the wheel. And my friend, who just got his driver's license since a couple of weeks, huge fan. But they were super.
The car that pulled over for you, you said your friend did on this one. Have you ever ended up?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. It's always fun when that happens. Most of the time it's like kind of like that. They're driving a long way and they're like tired of driving. So once you've driven with them for a bit, they'll be like, "Hey, I'm tired. Do you mind driving?" And yeah, I like driving, so that's cool. But twice in the U.S., it was like they pulled over and they're like, before I even got in, they're like, "Do you have a license?" I'm like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Can you drive?" I'm like, "Yeah."
Looking for a co-driver.
Yeah, I was being used for my driving abilities.
And then you got a ride.
Oh yeah, no, I do not care.
Symbiotic relationship.
And I love driving, and there's a lack of driving in my life because I always hitchhike.
Yeah.
So I was pretty happy.
One of the most stupid things that ever happened. Me and a friend are hitchhiking all over France, and then at a certain moment there's a guy, a teacher of geography and history, who picks us up, and he's constantly giving us explanations of whatever.
Yeah.
He's around history and geography. It's great. And he gave us a whole tour of the city where he brought us to. And then once it started smelling so bad in the car. And we all didn't know what happened or what. And he's just kind of, "Hey, and maybe here, like," we stopped the car and realized what was occurring. So it's like, "Yeah, this is a very important square for this minute." He's like making a little walk around.
Just letting everything air out.
We came back in the car and still smelling. It was really like, fuck. And I was really like, I didn't know if he was dead. And then afterwards I found out my friend farted. So it was like, "You fucker." And I felt so guilty, or I don't know what, so
You thought it was
awkward.
you.
So a day later we get a ride from a guy in a kind of old sports car.
Yeah.
And the guy is like speeding, the car is rambling and almost falling apart. But he has like this amazing sound system. And my friend is like kind of, he's pushed against the speaker in the back. And he puts his music on quite loud. I see my friend kind of being like pushed by the speaker. And then like a bit louder music. It was really like just kind of sitting there watching my friend against the speaker, like having his ear raped or something. While I was like enjoying my revenge or something. It was really it was really awkward. Not just like the smell, just the whole atmosphere. Like
It was
we slept over at that guy's place.
I think.
Like several people who gave me rides,
Yeah.
and invited me to sleep over in their house.
Yeah, that does happen fairly frequently with hitchhiking, and that's always an awesome offer to have. A place to sleep inside, maybe a shower. I guess, speaking of awkward, probably one of the more awkward things was I was hitchhiking in Virginia, and well, there's two stories, but I'll tell one of them.
Can tell both.
I guess, yeah, I can tell both. Okay, the first night, the sun was about to set, and I was hitchhiking on an on-ramp head, and this guy pulled up. I walked out. The next day, it was like midday, and this guy picked me up. We had a fairly normal ride, and as I'm about to get dropped off, he just out of nowhere is just like, "Hey, so I was wondering if..." like both of these, like, I have a camera, like for the second guy especially, like I asked permission to film and like do this stuff in the car, and I'm like, I appreciate the offer, but no, thank you.
So friendly. It's like really like
another service to you.
He might have felt you were a bit lonely.
But
sleeping in a train when a guy entered, like there's all these different apartments.
Yeah.
And then he started talking to me, and I was like, I wanted to sleep. I was a bit annoyed. I'm like, okay, I'm going back to sleep finally. And then at a certain point I feel his hand approaching my penis over my neck. And then you just kind of like, ding! I took my camera and I took a picture of it.
Wow.
And he's like, why did you take a picture? I said, like, well, I wanted to keep this moment forever. It was really shocked.
Wow.
I don't know. I became all a little bit more relaxed about this kind of thing. It's like, okay, people try things out.
Yeah, and I've had people
really not want it. But I guess some people like it.
Yeah, I've had some people be more bold than others. Most of the time I feel like, I guess I can't tell for sure, but you can tell if someone's kind of going down that path, they'll lead the conversation that way.
Yeah.
And if you continue going down that path, then you can pursue that if you want to. If you change the topic of conversation, then that's essentially you saying no. But it's like a non-awkward way to encroach the topic. I think that's what most people do. But, you know, there's been that few times where people are just like,
hey,
boom, let's do that. And I'm like, maybe not.
That Italian guy took us, I didn't get that. He said he really liked blonde boys.
Yeah.
And I thought, yeah, I have brown hair. It's only way later that I understood that I'm considered a blonde boy in Italy. So I just didn't pick up on the signal. And I was just really happy with a friendly person. I didn't care what. But I was thinking to do it this summer and it didn't happen. Because there's something about time. You have to be really relaxed with time and not wanting to be somewhere.
With hitchhiking, yeah.
At a certain point, I think. Even though probably with some experience you can start having a good but
No.
I feel very often I don't know, nervous about the traveling time that I'm gonna do.
I agree with you. Like, the only time I'm really stressed out with hitchhiking is if, like, I have to be somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, I have a deadline and it's fairly close. I like traveling without much of a schedule at all, where you can kind of just be where you want to be any which day. Yeah. Maybe you're going home in a month and a half, but until then, it's like,
it's free.
Yeah, you're free to do whatever you want to. Like here, I only gave myself like 6 days in total in Iceland, and I'm like, yeah, I'll try and do the ring road. That wasn't enough time, and like the first day was that big storm, and I didn't want to hitchhike in there, so I took a day off, and yeah, so didn't get to do what I had initially planned. But
how long is this ring road?
It's 1,300 kilometers. I thought it was shorter than that before I got here. To me, Iceland's like a small island nation, and I'm like, yeah, that's pretty small.
Yeah.
But 1,300 kilometers, that's a decent clip. Like, you can, in 6 days of decent travel, you can do that, but you only got 6 hours of daylight.
Yeah.
And I only hitchhike when it's light out. I don't hitchhike at night. I used to hitchhike at night. I don't anymore. There was no, like, one incident that happened that made me stop. I just decided to stop doing it at night.
How old are you now?
24.
24.
Yeah. How old are you two?
27.
Yeah.
36.
36.
When did you start hitchhiking?
19.
19. Wow.
And I've been doing it. I was in college at that point, and then I stopped going to college because I didn't want to finish. I'm a business administration student, accounting finance major, and I got bored and I didn't feel like doing that
Fair enough.
at that point in time. So I started hitchhiked across Canada and back. Thought that was fun, so booked a flight from Eastern Canada to Dublin, Ireland, and then 6 months later a flight home from Tokyo, Japan.
Wow.
So hitchhiked across Canada, all around Europe, across Russia, across Japan to Tokyo, and then came back, and now I've been doing smaller trips ever since then.
Wow.
It's been most of my adult life.
Yeah. I think that's great.
What's your income?
Sorry?
What's your income? Like, what do you...
Oh, the documentary I make makes me a little bit of money, enough that I can sustain myself hitchhiking.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
So you ask for grants, or is there...
Sorry?
You ask for grants?
No, it's the community that watches the channel. They'll donate or subscribe to the channel, which is a monthly monetary thing, or watching the stuff. Get a job, save up money, quit my job, go traveling again. So in 4 years of prioritizing travel, I probably did like 2 years of traveling and 2 years of working, and then for the past 7.5 months I've just been traveling with maybe 3 weeks off in that time, just to take a break in that.
What's your channel on?
Do you have internet right now? Yeah, if you just go to twitch.tv/Hitch, that's me. Yeah, Twitch on Hitch, or Hitch on Twitch.
Hitch on Twitch.
Yeah.
Twitch.tv/Hitch.
Yeah. Yeah, 8chat.
Sweet. Oh, we're live.
Yeah, it's a.
Oh, hey.
So it's Twitch TV, which is like YouTube, but everything's live content.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's cool.
But you make I mean, you do montage, and
Sorry?
how do you process the material?
So everything that gets broadcast gets saved to Twitch itself, and I've probably got 1,600 hours of content in 7 months of hitchhiking. There is thoughts to like try and tie that all together, but currently the product is the live content where people can see as it happens what hitchhiking is like. So rather than getting a highlight reel, like a filtered kind of thing at the end of the most exciting moments hitchhiking, you get as it happens through the boring moments where I'm waiting. What's the longest wait time on stream? 6.5 hours for a ride in Tennessee, to like when someone pulls over and you're running down the car and stuff like that, or where I'm gonna sleep that night or where I'm sleeping in the morning. You get to see a whole day of hitchhiking, because not many people do it anymore.
Yeah.
But it's been something that I love to do, so I want to show people what it's like.
Huge power bank.
I got lots of power banks. I
am the power bank.
I got a 22,000 milliamp hour, a 20,000, a 12,000, 10,000, and a 4,000 right
I mean,
now.
I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds like
So
a
your
lot.
phone battery is like 3,000 milliamp hours, so like 22 is 6-7 times the size. Yeah, I use a lot of power.
A little bicycle in your backpack.
Just
Gyro.
Before I go to bed every night, I just start charging things by like doing some. pharmacist?
Now, like I made a performance, it would be sold and bought, and I would fly wherever
Yeah.
they would book it.
So,
And that period is now more or less over.
yeah.
Yes, my last show was in Berlin on Saturday, and we didn't make any bookings for now.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm here in Iceland to make a performance for the Icelandic dance company,
Oh, okay.
and then they're gonna do something that I make with them, and then I don't know what to do, and I was really like still wanting to travel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe do performances much more
So,
less prepared, less dependent on theaters or
okay.
festivals and markets.
Like, what type of performing do you
Well, the
do?
thing is, like, what you, by example, do now
Yeah.
is like something that you just can do. You found a way to make it happen here and now.
Yeah.
You're doing your performance.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like now that I came to the point where I'm like, oh, maybe I should get on couch surfing and think about hitchhiking. And
Yeah.
it's like something that you're supposed to do when you're young.
Mm-hmm.
And then meanwhile, I'm 36. I guess I'm still young.
We're still young.
Yeah.
It feels already. When I was 26, I thought 36. Then I'm really old. So I'm really old. It's kind of fun to hear that there's all these ways.
Yeah, it's a very 21st century way to make a living. Like, this only became like a thing where people would stream outside of their house in like 2016, and that started because do you know Pokemon Go?
Yeah.
People wanted to live stream themselves playing this video game, but it was outdoors. Most people did their streaming indoors.
Oh, so is this how Twitch came about?
The Twitch is predominantly a video game live streaming platform. So people play all their video games and then they live stream it, and people watch them play that. But Pokemon Go was outdoors, and people had to figure out how to stream outdoors because they want to play this video game outdoors. And it kind of evolved from there, and now people are doing a bunch of things outdoors that aren't video game based. So still, like 90% of people that stream on Twitch TV stream themselves playing video games.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just the strange guy hitchhiking.
It's like a real life video game.
Yeah.
We just leveled up. Figured out car.
Is there any leveling up perks?
Gonna hang out with us. There's a banana if you want it.
There's a banana?
Yeah.
Oh, funny, you should say that. There's like a whole meme in my channel about bananas. Because one guy... Oh, I love this. Banana. One guy pulled over, or when I was like, it was the end of the day in Wisconsin, and this guy came by, rolled down his window, he's like, "You some kind of hobo or something?" And I'm like, "I don't know, I'm a hitchhiker." And he's like, "You want a banana?" I'm like, "Okay." So I like got a banana. I'm like, "Okay, that was weird, but like, sure, a banana."
Yeah.
Same car pulled over, and it turned out it was someone that watched the channel, and they're like, "You some kind of hobo or something?" And I'm like, "What are you doing? Do you want a banana?" I'm like, "Sure, why not? I'll take a freaking banana." He also gave me a breakfast wrap that time, so that was nice too. And then for a while, everywhere I went, oh, look at that. Everywhere I went, someone that watched it would come by and in some way give me a banana and call me a hobo.
Hey, are you a hobo or something?
Yeah. Like, what was a good one? I was in Denny's. And I'm like, what? But like, and she's like, someone called, paid for your breakfast, and paid for this banana to be delivered to you.
That's amazing. That's great. Here you are in Iceland with the banana.
The banana's never end. Life's just one big banana.
Yeah, you should send your father the link to his
Yeah.
site or something and say, you can watch it.
Wow, it's like getting
And then it escalated to the point where someone was like, "Hey Trevor, if someone donates $1,000, would you hitchhike on Halloween in a banana suit?" And I'm like, I don't see why not. Like, $1,000, $1,000.
Yeah, that's a sweet way.
So in 30 hours, people raised $1,000,
And you did it.
and I did it.
Great, I'm
So I was just northeast of San Francisco, and I was hitchhiking north back up to Canada, and there was me in a freaking big, poofy banana suit. Yeah. It's kind of worn off now. Well, there's less bananas being tossed around.
Yeah.
So many waterfalls.
I had this thing that I would randomly start stripping in places, and like I was in New York, and I would like be in a party, and I had the feeling there was like some go-go dancers, but everything was very macho and
Yeah.
bold, and I would just kind of jump on the stage between these people and take off my clothes
Yeah.
and start brushing them off with my beard or something. And then at a certain moment I started pole dancing.
Uh-huh.
And I made a show also about like what it is to be sexual, and maybe not towards something that you think is the norm, but like something that is yourself. Like, because sexuality is something that is for me still very enigmatic, how it works and what it is. Like, I don't know what I was taught that is sexual seems to be quite limited and stupid. And then so this kind of fun thing about stripping resulted in a certain moment I was asked to open a swingers bar dressed up as Santa Claus. So I got a lot of money for that. We had to hear stuff.
Oh, those look nice. What, like, was it around Christmas time, or was it like middle of July, and you're like, freaking Santa's?
There is a Belgian other thing called Saint Nicolas.
Yeah.
And he has like he's a very tall man with a long white beard and a red, really pointy, long head.
Yeah.
And I was dressed in that, and then I stripped from that costume. It was really thinking somebody had figured out that he was the perfect elf. So he had a whole fan club that showed up
what do you do?
Me,
Yeah, back in UK.
I do illustration,
Illustration.
design.
Cool.
Yeah.
Like graphic design or stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever anyone will pay me to do.
Okay.
So.
As a like independent or
Yeah, freelance.
Yeah.
So I really love painting the most, like oil portraits and stuff. But not many people are into buying oil paintings these days.
Yeah, I can see that being difficult.
Yeah, I do just everything like illustration, graphics.
Okay.
I mainly work for a small brewery, doing all their artwork for beer
Okay.
labels and stuff, which
That's
is
cool.
super fun.
That is cool. I like that.
You get a lot of
Yeah.
beer. But yeah, it also means I can just take time off when I want to.
Yeah. And you don't need to be on site for those types of things.
No.
So you can be traveling while
Just
you're
need the
working.
internet.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Although this time I was like, I'm not bringing my laptop, I'm not doing any work. Because it's so easy just to be like, oh, if I bring my laptop and then if something
Yeah.
comes in, I can just be like, but no.
Yeah.
It's good.
You should make an emote for this channel.
I should make a what?
Yeah, we should find something relevant from our ride together,
Yeah.
and then you can make an emote that we can use in chat
Yeah.
just from this ride.
Cool.
I don't know what it would be. It's just like the little thing. Like I don't know if you saw the channel. People probably like did little pictures in chat.
Uh-huh.
Those are emotes, and you can like this channel has like I don't know 20 emotes or something like that.
Like these little guys.
Yeah, that's a lull.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make your own.
Oh, sweet.
And can someone like do all the Hitch live emote? Or well, the channel's just called Hitch now.
Cool. Well, I'll think of something.
Think of something.
Maybe I'll draw you in a banana suit.
Yeah. Woo.
And then Peter as a stripping St. Nicholas.
We have to keep it like PG-13-ish.
Just as St. Nicholas then.
Like I think he could be like maybe wearing underwear in it or something like that, like a banana hammock kind
Maybe
of
he
thing.
can have a banana, you as a banana in his crotch.
I wonder if the guy who did the tour in the vault was finding it awkward when I said like, hey, we should do like tours
Oh, yeah.
where I do lap dances.
I think he did find it awkward because he just sort of went, ah.
I suggested to do lap dances in icebergs.
You could pay like a little bit extra.
Nice emotes, guys. Good job.
Aka. But it's also just really.
Do you have enough space back there?
Oh, yeah,
Sorry,
I got enough
it's
space.
Like,
I'm adaptable to my situation.
I've got really short legs.
Do you?
Well, no.
How tall are you?
I have 10 centimeter long legs. I'm mainly ankle.
Like a little
You
Deadpool
only see
tool.
it when she gets out of the
Yeah.
car. It's kind of funny.
I just have
Like a
ankles.
penguin.
I just have ankles.
It's another
Penguin, yeah, clear penguin. Back in Wonderland.
Yeah, are we about to go to like the lava fields again? So it was like the mossy. Bumpy land.
It's 112 by 122 pixels for the middle picture.
Yeah, they're quite small.
Wow. Small banana you shall be. Someone's an ankle emote.
People always tell me to show some leg.
Show some leg. I can't. I don't have one.
They're too small.
Too small. The waterfall. We should have done a waterfall count. How many waterfalls can we do?
not around London, probably to London
Yeah.
and out of London.
Yeah.
But any like major city, you can't really hitchhike in the city. It's all local traffic. Yeah. They're not really going anywhere that makes sense to, yeah. So that can be difficult. Highway where everyone's clearly going somewhere.
So this is the landscape we're missing in Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, we drove all this in the dark yesterday.
Oh yeah.
So we had little like little grass boobs.
Grass boobs.
Grass boobs. Grass bugs.
Classic grass boobs. This area up here has a really bad signal, guys. These lava.
And you have like this whole world of propaganda. It was like one. It was mainly like one expressway,
Yeah.
and in all these years, like, horse encouraged like a speed bump. That sounded really. And then they have people who had seen him for years, and then always been like, "Oh, asshole," and then at a certain moment be like, "Just gonna pick him up," and then took him for years.
Yeah, I feel like if you hitchhike the same route like all the time, like you get regulars at that
Yeah.
point. You get people that see you and they're like, "Oh, how's it going today?"
Yeah.
They're
But you get rides from people that know you from the channel.
Yeah.
so I stopped taking any rides because this is a channel about hitchhiking, and it's not hitchhiking if you
check things out, see what's got going on. And then, yeah. Off at the outskirts of town, like I would with the bus as well. And
Yeah. Spotify in 2016 and 17. So sad. It's because I used to, before I went freelance, I used to have to commute to work in the tube, and I hated it so much. So this was my like power through the commute song. I was just like in my head having a party, and outside it was just like commuter hell.
Like a really long commute, or just like I don't know, like the environment, like that.
It's just like, yeah, it just took ages, like crossing London, and everyone's angry, and everyone's depressed, and everyone's pressed up against each other's fucking pits, and I hated it so much. I just didn't like that everyone became like a zombie, and just like this. Everyone's traveling at the same time.
Yeah. Well, like, if your fetish is armpits, it's a great place to be.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you haven't had any human contact in a while,
you get a ton of human contact. Yeah, someone that's really lonely, you get like, it's almost like cuddling.
It is almost like cuddling.
Yeah.
You definitely have a little like snuggle.
Yeah, like driving. Hitchhiking.
Yeah, just driving. I don't know if it would be hitchhiking. Probably.
Do you already have places picked out that you'd like to see in the U.S. or just kind of go where the road takes you?
Landscape like this, you have nothing at this moment.
And
it's a lot of hits there.
yeah, like the landscape changes throughout, but there's like through the middle parts, it's pretty flat.
Yeah.
It's pretty flat proportions, but you've got mountain ranges, you got a lot of cool areas.
To North Carolina, when you're legal.
Yeah.
I've done by car.
Okay.
I got stopped twice.
By the police? Really?
And each time they took a look at my driver.
Well, that's convenient.
Yeah.
Like, that's it.
What?
Were you driving pretty fast, or just like a little bit over in there?
Because I've heard in some places in the U.S. you go like 1 or 2 over,
Yeah.
and the police are just kind of like trying to get that revenue in.
No, it's not like that.
Okay, you were actually like you deserve to get pulled over.
No, but it's really weird. Like, yeah, it's a weird thing. I think that if you wanna just speed and there's nobody around, of course you have the danger that some animal will cross over
Yep.
or that there is a hole in the road.
Yeah.
It's a risk, but the risk is really small. The joy of driving fast is quite.
No, it is fun. It's got, well, I'm sure since you're from Belgium, I'm sure you've driven around the Autobahn in Germany.
Yeah.
You can drive as fast as you want to.
I rented a car and I drove about 220 kilometers an hour.
220?
It was fun.
Yeah, the fastest I went was just over 200 hitchhiking on the Autobahn.
Wow. I've driven in a rickety van on the Autobahn. That was super fun. But the van, I think it had a top speed of like 30.
Nice.
It was shit.
In Germany, I almost got sad if like a commercial truck pulled over because they're speed limited to 100. So you're like going down there, you see all these cars just flying past you as fast as they feel like driving, and you're like, yeah, we're speed limited to, I think it's 100. So you just feel like you're going so slow.
So slow, yeah. You're trucking along. Just trucking along.
Yeah, like the slow and steady wins the race kind of thing. Like they're usually going a long ways, but I feel like you're going so slow to get there.
We had a really great drive. Me and Guy went to play in Montreal and then we decided to go to New York for fun.
Yeah.
We took a bus till Boston and then we rented a car in somewhere near Provincetown. We went to Cape Cod and on our way we stopped at a gas station and then we went to the people at the reception desk and said, okay, we're looking for a motel, like a really crappy motel, because they said like our place is looking for a place to sleep. They say, okay, there is a Holiday Inn there and a Best Western there, and he's like, no, we want like sort of like dirty, shitty motel, preferably one with a strip club next door. And yeah, it's like, okay, we know one. The Capri, yeah, it's known as the crappy motel. So you go there, we check in, there is cigarette stains in the sheet. And the guys are like, oh! And they start, it was the most ridiculous thing ever because to come and then they were like asking us like, what do your girlfriends think about that? That you want to go to a strip club? We were like, oh, they're fine. Anyway, we go there. The place is full of people from the Azores.
Really?
My friend is
Wait,
Portuguese,
where
so he
was
hears
this?
them.
Where were you?
This is in America, close to, like, there's a kind of peninsula called Cape Cod.
Oh, okay.
It was really close there. So we went to a strip club and we were both dressed up. He was all in jeans and I had a suit and a wig on. And my beard was a bit shorter and this girl used to just kind of pull my beard and say that I look like Zach Galifianakis. And then and we had like, he lost his wallet there and then it was a really weird thing where we did stay and he was constantly looking at the other people that spoke Portuguese but in a really funny way, and he was like, it's so weird. Everybody who was spending a bit of money was like,
Why was everyone from there from the Azores?
because it was like an area where there was a lot of Portuguese or immigrants. But in
Was it your curly
So
one?
good. No, it was like a flat white. It also went really well with the hair.
Amazing.
Like a week later, we were in New York, and then I got people giving me free shit, and it looked so. I don't know what. It was positive.
So overall, pretty positive experiences in the United States so far.
Me? Oh,
Yeah.
I had them all.
Yeah. No, I like it there.
A convertible in California, also. A yellow Camaro. That's really fun.
Yellow.
Were you hunting down your cliche American like experiences?
It's like half and half, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, cliche. Yeah, I don't know. It's just really. It makes sense to rent convertibles. It really does. Because you're
fun.
really like you're basically in the air. Like you smell whatever there is.
Yep.
You drive along the ocean and through pine forests and through fields of like drying grass or things. It really makes it better. It's just great. And then you have a good sound system, so you can really like you're like going through a soundtrack. Yeah, I had the luck to meet really great people. You're sitting down, you can talk. You can go to quite deep. It's really cool.
Weird. This bridge is 2 lanes.
Yeah, it's like one of the only two lanes.
Premium. Boys and girls. I think I said that wrong.
Have you camped out in any like urban areas? Like
Open areas?
urban.
Oh, urban. Yeah, I don't sleep on the sidewalk, like just
No,
in the
no, no.
streets. I try to find like wooded parks and stuff like that. And I've like got a little tiny one-man tent that's like a nice neutral green color.
Yeah,
It kind of
yeah.
tucks in nicely.
Ah,
Police do exist here.
they do. That's the first police.
I've not seen many here.
I wonder what they're doing. Speeding?
What was it? I spent a week going to Oktoberfest and I slept in a park in Munich
Nice.
every night.
Parts there are not small.
Big pubs, yeah.
Yeah, they got big parts there, but you are like right next to the part of the city. You walk like 2 minutes and you're right in city streets, and you're like, yeah, it works.
Did you surf?
I've only surfed once in my life.
No, I mean in that park. There is a little wave.
Oh, I did see that park. Yeah, I did. I didn't surf there. No, I saw people doing it. That was cool.
Oh, is it to like practice on it? Wow. Pretty cool.
Did they specifically put that there so people could surf on it, or is it just like a natural thing that occurred and they're like, oh, yeah, and then they
idea.
surfed? Yeah.
I just know it's there.
Yeah, no, I saw it. Saw people surfing. It's weird to be in the middle of a city and you're like, oh,
Do you want to go surfing?
see some people trying to surf there.
Walking, I was in this botanical gardens in the Azores last week, and it closed at like 6 or something, but it got dark at maybe
I can see daytime too, so you can see what's around you. It's a beautiful country.
Pretty, yeah, it's pretty.
Yeah.
Pretty lovely.
And it just feels like a shame when you're driving through it and you're like, I swear it's beautiful, but it's nighttime.
Well, yeah, that was us last night. It was
Yeah.
like probably ace.
Yeah.
This is really like most plain landscapes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is fun.
Wild.
like this one's unique for like 5 minutes. You're like, okay, I'd like something different. It's kind of cool. It's like flat and it's like these like
Yeah,
you can see the
God, it's so boring.
you can see like lava and it's got moss on top of it. And you're like, wow, this is all like old lava flows. And then you get bored. Yeah.
When I first went to visit my friend in LA, she was playing in the Red Cat Theater, which is in the Disney concert hall.
Yeah.
Which is built by this architect who also did the Guggenheim, Frank Gehry. And then we went to a dive bar, and the next day we went to Malibu and to the mountains around it, and the third day we went for a hike in Joshua Tree Park, and then the next day we went to the observatorium. So it was like 3 days in LA, and I saw the most various range of things.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that.
Great changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't really get that in the UK that much. Like, it doesn't. It varies. Like, between Scotland and maybe like
Lakes District.
the Lake District.
Yeah.
Wales is beautiful, but it doesn't vary that much. Like,
Yeah.
it's all pretty similar.
Yeah. And there's places, you know, they vary a little bit, but it takes so long for it to change that you barely notice it's changed in that time.
Yeah.
Like Russia, there's 10,000 kilometers of mostly fields and birch trees, but there's a few moments where you're like, oh, things are changing.
Yeah, yeah.
But it took 1,000 kilometers to change.
Wow. It's just so vast. Like,
Have you been in Australia?
I have, yeah. Yeah, last fall. Sorry?
How was that?
I really liked it. I didn't check out the southeast, like where a large portion of the population lives. I flew into Gold Coast, like kind of middle east coast. Went out to Brisbane, and then I went straight west through the middle, like through Alice Springs, and then down to the south coast and around to Perth. And that was cool, all hitchhiking. So that was a unique experience going through the outback and hitchhiking that. I want to go again and check out the southeast, Queensland.
Any Mad Max influences or situations?
Some of the vehicles felt kind of Mad Max-ish, just very off-roadish.
Yeah.
When you're in the outback, like everyone has like all-wheel drive kind of vehicles, and like a lot of them just have like the little snorkel thing on the front. So like if they drive through a river, they can their air intake's elevated and stuff.
oh, really?
Yeah, and that's just your normal vehicle there.
That's so cool.
Because like it's super dry there, but when it does rain, like it comes down good and it floods. So like you'll just be driving down and it looks like a desert, and there'll be these like sticks measuring like water depth. So if you're driving up to it, you can see how deep the water is for when it does flood. And then lots of caution, like roadway floods and all that jazz. That was one of the few places where like my one-man tent, I can't even fit my backpack inside of it with me. Like it has to go outside in the vestibule. So it's outside but undercover. In Australia, I'm like, screw it, I'm putting my backpack and my boots inside my tent and like being all contorted in there because I was concerned about spiders and scorpions and stuff.
Yeah, fuck.
So I just slept awkwardly in Australia because I did, like usually I just stick my hand into my boots in the morning, make sure there's no like spider or like slugs and snails and stuff in there, and just brush them out. But in there I'm like, no, I don't want to stick my hand in that.
Shake them. I was walking in northern Peru.
Yeah.
And we were camping up this mountain, and we'd like built this area so we could cook.
Yeah.
And I moved rock, and there was like a tarantula right there, and I was like, oh, okay. You're big. You're really big spiders. I'm not scared of spiders at all,
But that's when
In
you're
the
not
UK.
expecting it, and you're just like lift a rock and you're like,
oh yeah,
huge tarantula like spider.
Spiders are just
I didn't know they had tarantulas in the UK. That's news to me.
no, this was in Peru.
Oh, this is in Peru. Oh, so
yeah.
being from the UK,
Yeah.
I expect to see that. I see that. I see
Tiny,
that.
but like, yeah, I was just like,
Yeah.
fucking hell, like, I'm really sorry I've destroyed your house. I was like, slowly like,
Put the rock
put
back.
that
Yeah. Please don't attack me for
But then because
destroying
we
your
were
home.
camping right there, I was just like, shit,
Now
what
you're
if he's like coming get
back
me
for you?
It's like,
Payback for destroying his
I'm gonna
home.
sleep in my hat and my bag. And I woke up the next morning and I'd never had a nosebleed before, and it was my first nosebleed. And I like looked down and all I could see was just like blood, and I was like, this is it, I'm gonna die. This is the end of me. Like, because we were like quite high up in high altitude.
Yeah. Was that like Machu Picchu or something? Or?
No, it was further north.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it was like, I genuinely thought I was dying. It was like, oh, you just had a nosebleed. I was like, oh, okay.
Graphics Inc. Thank you so much for the 5,000 bits. I really appreciate that. And sorry I don't acknowledge things as much when I'm driving, but it's part of the experience. But thank you. And Lilia, thanks for the host. Appreciate that. How do you like Peru? I haven't done South America yet. It's somewhere on my list.
Peru was really amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful landscapes. Like, that varies quite a lot actually. It's like, obviously, like, they've got the rainforest regions, and then there's like lots of dry kind of mountain areas. And
Yep.
the coast is beautiful as well. Really just loved it there. Yeah, I was there for 6 weeks. Yeah, really, really, really. Love to see more of South America actually.
Could you speak any like Spanish or Portuguese or anything?
No, but I learned some.
You learned? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I learned some.
See, and that's
Enough to like go to the market and order,
okay.
like get
Yeah.
food and
Yeah.
stuff. So I was walking, sort of carrying all our food and stuff. But yeah.
Because like that's I love hitchhiking places. Like the one thing that kind of can put a hamper on things is if I can't effectively communicate with the people that pick me up,
Yeah.
you lose that like connection you get. Like one of the two main things I like with hitchhiking is the people you meet along the way and like the unknown nature of it, where I don't know what's going to happen that day. I
Yeah.
like that. And when you can't communicate effectively, you miss a little bit of the connection you make with the people that pick you up. So like say Russia, you could barely talk to anyone.
But that was quite odd, just being like, it's just like getting in a taxi or something. Like,
Yeah, like I learned enough Russian to be like, hi, I'm from Canada, I'm hitchhiking to Vladivostok, and like, hello, please and thank you. That's about it. So we can have an actual conversation. I did get a mobile data SIM in Moscow. Data's pretty cheap there. And it was enough where I could like Google Voice Translate kind of, but it mistranslates things, it's pretty broken.
Yeah.
So if you need to get a point across, you can, but it sucks to have a conversation through that medium.
yeah, I think I wish I spoke more languages. I'm moving to Portugal in January.
Moving to Portugal. Nice.
But yeah, I'm furiously trying to learn Portuguese because I'm like, I want to speak Portuguese and I want to just be like, hi. Everywhere. Even though most Portuguese people speak extremely good English.
Yeah.
But I just
Still, when you like start living there,
Yeah.
I feel like there's an expectation that you make an attempt.
Well, yeah, definitely. I wouldn't want to not make an attempt.
Yeah. Why? What made you decide to move to Portugal? What made you decide to move there?
London's really expensive, and
okay.
I've been there for 6 years, and I love it a lot. I love London, but been to Portugal maybe 6 or 7 times, and every time I've come back, I've just been like, I love it here.
Yeah.
I kind of,
Okay.
I feel an affinity with it, and I just kind of like, there's nothing stopping me from moving, and except maybe Brexit.
I was about to say that. Like right now, it's you know, free to
Right now
live
it's
and
free.
everywhere.
And I don't think I could still move to Portugal even if, you know, the UK doesn't leave the EU. You know,
Yeah.
I could still move country. And I don't think anything will take effect for a while anyway. So it should be fine. But yeah, I just can always move back to the UK if I don't. But I feel like it's a good thing to do right now.
Yeah. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
And do the same thing you'll be doing your like working
Yeah.
remotely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a really cool career to have because you can go anywhere and do it.
Yeah,
And there's a
basically
lot of
anywhere
freedom
that's got
there.
an
Yeah.
internet.
Yeah.
And internet. One
And-
internet.
And that's almost everywhere in the world now.
Yeah,
The world is
exactly.
becoming so connected.
Yeah.
Like I run this thing on the cellular mobile net. Like
Yeah.
this doesn't exist if there's no service.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I use like 300 plus gigabytes a month of data. I use a lot of data.
Yeah.
And most developed countries are pretty well connected now.
For sure.
How do you, like, what is your plan for that? What kind of data plan do you have?
So it's through a company, like a third-party company that sells like leased unlimited services. So this one is their unlimited international plan. It works unlimited in like 150 countries.
Wow.
But I pay a whole lot for that.
Yeah.
And it's based on AT&T's global roaming network. So any country or service that AT&T will roam with, I can have unlimited, unthrottled service with as much as I need. But I pay $300 US a month for that service. But I can just take as much
Yeah.
data
yeah.
as
That's pretty good.
as there is in that country. So
Come on, take all your data,
Yeah.
please. Thank you very much.
it's what I do. This Canadian just comes to all these countries and just takes all of their
Who
internet.
is this guy?
Yeah.
Stealing our internet.
Not enough left to go around.
I was in Greenland
Coming over here, stealing our internet.
and I arrived a week before most of the other artists
Yep.
arrived. And then they arrived and they didn't have any internet. So I became a running gag. Like, Peter used all the internet. Fucker.
I hitchhiked right.
Just kind of wanted to show you.
No, not there.
Don't drive up my ass. I hate that. So please.
When I was hitchhiking this way from Vic, I got dropped off.
Here.
They were going to this rock thing there.
Yeah.
There's some
What
caves there.
happens in this
There's caves.
rock?
There's caves, yeah. Or was it this cave? I think this was this one.
It's kind of a table.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I think it was this, or maybe it was a different one. This looks like this
Well,
one.
this one is quite special.
Is it?
It's huge, and you see nothing
Yeah.
for ages, and then there's this, and now it starts again. Mountains. So here's Vic, very close to here.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can.
yeah.
And we went to a waterfall, so and the hot spring was here.
There's a hot springs here.
So
Well, the
yeah.
one that we told you about.
Oh,
like,
that's here.
running through,
Okay.
yeah. Somewhere, don't know. We don't know where.
Is it far off the highway?
Yeah. Not that
I
far.
don't know, like we were in the
I have
pitch
no
dark,
idea.
so
Oh,
half
okay.
an hour walking or less or more.
I have no idea. It was quite psychedelic because it was so dark and
Yeah.
also like
And we didn't know where we
I have no
were,
idea.
so
Could have been.
we thought maybe people were pulling my leg. Like,
Yeah,
I got
there's a
that.
hot spring.
Hot spring
Just
there.
keep
Yeah,
walking. When the road stops, just keep walking.
Yeah.
And you'll find it. It's just over there.
There's like
It's just
they
over
hate
there.
tourists, so they like
Yeah,
purposely
yeah.
try and get them
Just
lost
over
in some
there.
rough terrain.
It's just over there. You'll be
Yeah.
fine. Just cross that, waterfall.
But it's quite crazy. Like you see so much vans for tourists and rental cars that it feels almost like Iceland became a kind of
It,
Naturally,
I
just kind of-
yeah,
You
I
land,
can see that.
You get your rental car and you start driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, like along this
Like-
highway, it seemed rare. Like when I see people driving past me, I'm like, you can tell everyone's not from
Yeah,
Iceland. Everyone is just driving a rental car, and then you've got all the tourist vans as well.
The tourist vans, it's like, you will stop off here and here's where you take your photos, get out, take your photos.
And like the people
get
have
back.
a microphone on. They're
Yeah,
like
yeah.
talking about what the sites are right there.
Yeah.
But really, yeah. Actually, that was kind of a bummer in California, driving from LA to San Francisco.
Yeah.
You're between so much other tourists.
Mm-hmm.
And it really, like, you're just kind of in this eternal caravan of cars.
Yeah.
And it becomes really boring.
Well, that's that area of California. A ton of people live there. It's like 30-something million people live in California, or like 40 million people or something. That's more than Canada.
Is it?
Yeah. There's just so many people, and they all are on the roads driving because
Well, not
U.S.
only-
doesn't have good public infrastructure for like
It was
buses
really
or
like
planes.
everybody was
Or trains.
driving the same rental Camaro,
Ah, yeah.
which they all thought was a Mustang when they rented it. Here's the pretty rock.
We're coming up to Big, right?
Yeah. I recognize that mountain. I camped near there.
That's cool.
That ridge
Yeah.
there, yeah.
It's like,
Lagoon rock.
yeah.
The Lagoon rock.
It looks like the sails of a ship. Viking. Oh, it's a Viking fleet up ahead.
Shit, I don't know how to get it. Can you do it or not? I'm gonna.
Well, I can do it.
Okay, I'm gonna drive it slower. Oh, so good. So hot. Can you take this?
Yeah.
Just pull it.
Pull. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Teamwork.
Good.
All three of us were involved in this.
Operation Jacket. Don't show this to the Icelandic authorities.
on Vancouver Island. It works pretty well there. But there's these small coastal islands off of Vancouver Island. These small islands. It's so simple to hitchhike there, and like everyone will pick you up there.
It's also like all these communities are much more. They're overviewable somewhere, so they're less scared.
Yeah. I'll probably get out here.
You want to get out here?
Yeah, in Vic, I think. But I think there's like a gas station and stuff up here. Why didn't I unzip my jacket? A little late now.
I think Vic is not here, but no, out there.
Yeah, this is all back here. Should I probably pull in
Can I
here?
put you at the
Yeah,
supermarket?
just here. I'll grab some food, maybe.
Is that a road?
Oh, we can just pull up to the gas station. That works.
Oh, I think you turn left there.
Well, thank you so much for the ride and the conversation. I'll give you the card. My card. Well, actually, you did find where I am, but
Amazing. Sweet. Nice to meet you, man.
it's nice to meet you too.
Enjoy London when you get there as well.
I will. Yeah, the Twitch has a headquarters there, so I'm gonna go check that out.
Nice.
And then I don't know what else I'm doing, but I'm doing stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Would you guys mind just to like show the different types of people that pick up hitchhikers? We get like I don't know how best way to do it, but grab like a quick picture in the car.
Yeah, sure.
Like,
You have an extra phone for that.
yeah, I got spinning around.
Phone.
Well, it's my navigation phone.
Sweet.
Sweet. All right. Thanks again for the banana as well.
No. I'm glad to continue a meeting.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Godspeed.
Yep. Oh, you didn't call me a hobo yet.
Oh.
Are you a hobo? What's
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, have a banana.
Thank you. All right. I'll just grab the bag from the back seat or the trunk, and I'll be out of here. Yeah, I drive the whole way. It's windy. I'm gonna get the this guy on. They're going all the way to Reykjavik. We're going to lose the sun any time here now. The sun's probably setting right. That was a really good ride. That was fun. They're fun people. Excuse me. Antenna, can you get untangled?
did it. Stop coming undone. You're the worst. You're the worst around. Nothing's gonna ever keep you down. You're the worst around. It's a little windy today. Lots of great vibes in Iceland. I know, I don't think I've had a bad vibe at all. Alright, guys, what do we think? We're at the place again where they had that overpriced caribou stew. Was it caribou? Was it caribou? Was it caribou? Or was it something else? Was it lamb? No, maybe it was lamb. Was it in Vic yesterday? He was. I started yesterday in Vic, ended up at that ice field thing, the lagoon thing. Now, the sun's setting here, that's why I got out here, and they're driving another 2 hours to Reykjavik. I don't have to be there yet. I don't want to get there quite yet. I don't want to get here tonight. Also, the drive from here to Reykjavik, it was super foggy when I did that route. I couldn't see a thing, and it's apparently a beautiful drive. Apparently it's a beautiful drive. So I want to see it. Hopefully tomorrow has some good visibility. Today is like there's some pretty low clouds, and I feel like it would be low visibility again, and we're about to lose the sun. Try that shark thing? What shark thing? And I think I will go in there and get something actual to eat. One of the reasons, because I'm low on batteries. I remember there were outlets in there. There were outlets in there, so I'll get some charge, I'll get some battery, and then carry on. So I'll pay for overpriced food this one time. This one time. Any bars to hang out at and make friends? Maybe? But everything's so expensive here, like getting a drink in Iceland, like you have to sell your firstborn child. Oh, the spoiled shark thing, the fermented shark. I think that's what we're talking about. Yours must be cold? They'll get cold quickly, but I was quite warm in there, so it's actually quite refreshing to be outside. Because I didn't take my layers off at all. It's probably a mistake. Close to Reykjavik? We're like 2 hours away? What, Vic to Reykjavik? 2 hours? Something like that? Shouldn't be hard to hitchhike there tomorrow. I fly out the following day. So I've got tonight, and then I've got tomorrow to get to Reykjavik. I'd like to stay in Reykjavik tomorrow, so I'm comfortably there for my flight, and then go to UK the next day. How much does tap water cost? Nothing. No, I paid for coffee once. I was going to say I haven't paid for a drink, but that's one of the few things I have paid for is coffee right there at Vikurskáli. Yes. Alright, let's go to that place and we'll get a drink, or not a drink, we'll get something hearty to eat. Hopefully. What should be just like this little tiny, freaking tiny mini bowl of soup, and you're like, for fucking 2,000 krona? Ah! How do you plan to charge your stuff up? Where I'm eating dinner, they have outlets. Maybe they have super glue at this sports store. I can glue one of these legs so they're like fixed shut, so they can't move because it's breaking really bad. Breaking Bad. That's a thing. Starting UK. I haven't been telling people because people know the day I'm flying. I don't want people to know which flight I'm on. But there's a lot of flights to the UK. So I've just kind of like said I'm flying there. Morning trip. Good morning. Afternoon here, evening. The sun's setting right now. It's gonna get dark really quickly here. But yeah, remember this cliff? Shouldn't they have 18 hours daylight? I think so. The food choices: lamb, meat soup, soup of the day, salad of your choice, chicken salad, vegetarian sandwich, chicken sandwich, char sandwich, french fries. A large french fry is 1,100 kroner. It's like $11 for fries, just fries. Cakes, and all cakes are 900 kroner. Oh, and barbecue chicken curry, char, lamb leg, fried noodles, ice cave burger, fish and chips, lamb chops. Have I gotten the rotten shark specialty yet? No, I have not. I'm getting the soup.
First two, that'd be ice cake. Can you leave off the Lagoon? No bed.
So this one's worth 10 USD for a cup of coffee? I don't remember being that much, but it was not cheap. Hey, could I grab the lamb meat soup? Yeah.
Would you like some bread?
Sure.
another one soup, you only go here for another.
Oh, free refills?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
For 2 times.
2 times? Okay.
It's free.
Awesome, thank you very much. Free refills. Now it's worth it. We're filling up on soup. Soup must be $50. It's $20. Thank you very much. It's super overpriced, just not that overpriced. Their draft beer here is 1,100 kroner, so that's like $11 for a draft beer. Same price as the fries.
So, it's 1,850.
Cool.
Right here. Would you like to receive?
Sure, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's outlets here. That's where I sat last time, and I remember seeing them, but I didn't use them. Haha. Someone said the large fries feeds a family, though. I'm a family. I'm a large family. I've got however many people are watching right now to feed. This leg is like done. This is actually a problem. It's like falling out. Why do I break everything? Want to see the meat chunks? I gotta get a spoon and I'll show you. One sec. Terry Toad 1. Thank you so much for the 2,000 bits. That's my dinner. You paid for my lamb soup. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm gonna go get a spoon and we're gonna eat the soup together. Together we will eat soup. We can do this. Actually, I'm gonna plug in before I do that because I need to get as much time as I can. The connection isn't very good. It seemed to hold steady when I put it there last time. They have free Wi-Fi there? Maybe. Travel adapter. Exact same spot. Yeah, I came here because they had outlets, and I knew they had outlets. So I'm like, yes, this is the one. Baby, you're all that I want. All right.
Sorry, I was find you.
Yeah.
You are Broga or?
Oh, you want to find it? Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Because I see you the second time.
The second time I know I
Yes,
went to the what was it? The Iceberg Lagoon, and then I hitchhiked back. And then I only do it when the sun's up, so I was losing the sun, and then yeah.
Good. You have a good start for making movie.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I
No, it's no problem. If you want to talk, if you got free time, we can talk about stuff. All right, let's plug stuff in. Oh, I guess it's fast. Do you guys have like Wi-Fi here? Yeah.
Wi-Fi, but it's possible we want contact with Iceberg because Iceberg is open.
Oh, they have a little bit.
We must do oh my god, this registration.
Oh, okay.
You only give mail and you can't have Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay.
But
It's not a big deal. I was just curious if you did have it. All right.
so thank you so much for
Yeah, no problem.
your contact. Have a nice day.
Oh, he's nice. Excuse me. Oh. Come here. I still don't have a spoon yet. I can't eat until I have a spoon. Excuse me. Is that oil and balsamic? Ah, I could eat some of my bread here and dip it in balsamic. I love that. This soup getting cold. I can get refills. I can have some cold soup and hot soup and compare them. Okay, that's charging. Battery's got a little bit wet. Usually this thing is pretty good at blocking out the moisture, but got a little wet. It's okay. How's the soup look? Someone say the soup looks nasty? Jeez, what type of standards do you have for soup? You know what? Why do we gotta discriminate against soup? Can we not just love all soups? Alright, I want to plug that in too, but I can plug this in. It'll be electroshocked. It feels good. It tingles. It tickles. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna get some a spoon. I want to plug that in too, but it's too far away. I was here 2 days ago, and you were in the same place. Did not move at all. Oh, I did. You just missed, like, yesterday was the best day. Went to this place. There was anyway. I'm gonna get a spoon one too. Use your spork? Oh, I do have a spork. So. That's good. That's quite good. No, if it was just this one bowl of soup, it wouldn't be $20 good. But you know what it is? And he said I have two-time refill. 3 bowls of soup is worth $20. And bread. And lemon water. Smør. Let's try this Icelandic butter. $20 stew? Yeah, this is Iceland. I came here last time, I saw the reviews and people were like, yeah, this stew's really good. I'm like, okay, it's fucking 2,000 kroner. I'm buttering my bread right now, right as we speak. With the back of a spoon that I'm using for my soup. Bread and butter. That's a good idea. I could ask for more butter packs, and then when I'm, eating my smushed bread in my backpack, I can have butter and bread. Mike's showing up for the food part. I'm actually paying, well, someone donated, but I'm actually paying for food in Iceland. It's so expensive. Did bread and soup, I'm reporting you? Does that make you happy? That is good. Kind of soup of it? It's lamb soup. $20 to charge batteries, free soup included. Yeah, pretty much. Came here, I'm pretty low on batteries. That's the main reason I came. But I'm also coming because I did want a hot meal actually. Forgot to plug in one of the batteries. Yeah, let's swap this out. You go with the short one. Ooh. Elbowed the ketchup. Okay. Just go in there. Yeah, that's great. You 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still got one more. Maybe. I might lose a little connection, but I'm gonna see if it works in this window. I don't think it did yesterday, but I'm gonna try it. Because for a reason, the connection here is quite poor. But I want to be able to charge this, my jetpack, while I'm here. Okay. Goofed for a minute. See if it can stabilize. No. I don't think so. We're not good. It was lamb soup? Yeah, it's lamb soup. Yeah, it seems traditional. Like this is, they have lambs here, and they grow root vegetables, but they don't, like, unless it's greenhouse, they don't like, they can't grow. Like they have a short growing season. Things that need hotter climates with longer growing seasons can't grow here. Pays for soup but wants more bread. I like bread. I can eat bread all the time. Give me bread and I'm pretty happy. And butter makes everything taste good. Just incorporate fat. You can't go wrong. Also, can we talk about how all freaking yogurt companies are making everything no fat or low fat? Can you just give me normal fat yogurt? That thing with giant atlas this morning, why don't you eat that? Caribou? If instead of lamb stew, they had caribou stew, then I'd have some. White bread causes cancer? You cause cancer. Yeah, and instead of doing, like, instead of fat that they put in the yogurt, they put sugar in it. I have fat than much sugar. Fat's good for you, man. Come on. Give me my fat. And fat makes you satiated, makes you feel full. You ever say yogurt differently? I say yog parts of log. Yogurt. What's icebergs in your soup? Yes. Lamb-based icebergs. Pulls out right now. I don't know, 5 to 7 degrees probably. Could be a little warmer. Not sure. Yogurt instead of yogurt. There you go. Maybe I'll switch things up. Have some yogurt. What about full soup? No, I want water. When you're really thirsty and you go to drink from your thing, it's just chunks of potato. Like a dollop of sour cream in my soup. I like that word dollop. That's what I like. So should try skyr. What's that? How many hours for full charge? I'm not going for full charge, I'm just going for enough charge. So, just whenever I feel done here. But I'm allowed to refill the soup. If I actually need a full charge, we're looking at 8 to 12 hours. We won't be here for 8 to 12 hours. I want to check something. I think I have one more battery. I think it's full. Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is full. Eight hours, that's a lot of soup. Yeah, man. Like, we're gonna be having all the soup. I'm gonna fill every vessel I have with soup, including the schnozzle bag, which could probably hold like 40 liters of soup. Do you carry a solar panel? I used to, and it sucked. Thanks for the kind message, Necrosaturn. Thought about where to put the curtain. It's dark. Where to put the curtain? What does that mean? Is that a phrase? Is that a thing? Cold soup on the go. What if I wear it like underneath all my layers so my body heat keeps it warm? Tastes so good after all that traveling, man. It does. It's the first warm thing I've had in a little while. So. Well, I had coffee yesterday morning. It was warm. Nozzle bag the soup. Sleeping on soup. You get soup. We get soup. Everyone gets soup. Who doesn't want soup in a schnozzle bag? Should I do the, please sir, can I have some more? Let's do it. One more time. I'll be right back with more soup. Black Phoenix, thanks for the stream today. I'm gonna head out to the gym. Have a great day night. Alright, thanks for checking out the stream. Good time at the gym. Black Phoenix. What's a schnozzle bag? Oh, just you wait. You'll see tonight. If you're still here, that is. Everyone loves the schnozzle bag. It's pretty much the star of the show. And it was out of commission for the Hitchhiking Canada and Hitchhiking TwitchCon trip. It broke. I was actually out of commission for the end of the Hitchhiking America trip too. Take more bread too? I will ask. I'll be right back. I'll leave my spoon. I don't know why I'm leaving my spoon. I'm leaving my spoon. I think I think, in what I heard him say, you're only supposed to have one free refill. I can't have 3 free refills. Cause I could do that. I think I can get at least 3 of these down. I did get the bread. Someone say $5, no bread? I did get bread, and he said, I'll give it to you. I'm like, dude, I'll get free bread too? And he's like, I'll give it to you. Alright. Oh, give me another butter too. I didn't even barely use this butter. I'm gonna butter my bread with this one. Keeping that. I'm gonna butter your bread. Did you go in a circle? No, I went from Reykjavik to the southeast corner to like this lagoon with icebergs, and then back. I didn't have enough time to do the whole loop. I went to open this and stuck my finger in the butter. It's good. It's good. As long as you're nice to servers, most are chill. I think that goes for most people in life. As long as you're nice to people, they're usually pretty chill. Be curious if there's brown rye bread on offer instead of the baguette chunk. Maybe. This is just the free bread they give you though. Maybe that's like the premium bread and you gotta pay for that. Sadly, not everyone. It'd be the same for servers. Even if you're nice to all of the, this particular server, maybe that server isn't nice. That goes with everything else in life. Looks like chicken noodle. It's lamb. And there's no noodles. It's lamb and root vegetables. Lambs aren't chickens. Who do you think you are thinking a lamb is a chicken? This is much hotter. Good. What's the square root of potato? I don't know. Do you have an answer? Is there a joke? I want there to be an answer now. Please answer. Oh, St. Petersburg on your list. I'd like to go there. I've been to Russia. I've been to a lot of Russia. Well, I've been on one road going right across Russia. But I went straight from the Latvian Russian border to Moscow and then straight east from there. So I didn't go north up to St. Petersburg. I'd like to go there. There's a root vegetable joke. Uh-oh. That went like... Love to stay and chat, but my connection is shit. Bye, see you soon. I'm sorry your connection is shit, babers. Bye-bye, see you soon. Nice soup? It's good soup. It is. It's tasty. Wonder how well it pays to work here. What were people saying minimum wage was like 3,000 Canadian dollars a month or something like that? For minimum wage? That's decent. And everything costs a lot more here, or it seems to. Did you fall in love with Katerina like Shaq did? I liked her. I would say I fell in love with her.
I'm not one to like fall in love at first sight kind of thing. She's very nice. Is it elk or deer soup? No, it's lamb soup. I heard food there is pretty pricey. You heard right. Food is really pricey here. Felt like getting a hot meal. Are you gonna wait on the airport? What does that mean? I'll fly out Thursday to UK. Please butter. Let me butter my biscuit. Sleep outside often then? Mm-hmm. Past 2 nights I did. Is it unlimited food? Unfortunately, no. It's not like unlimited IRL's unlimited international plan where it's like just unlimited as much as I can take. I get 1 free refill. And this is that 1 free refill. Those prices are outrageous for... What's your diet like? Bread and Snickers bars and biscuits. Can I spell meter like meter? I think it's ER? I don't even remember. Why can't I think of how we spell meter? Meters? I feel like I spell meters like on a semi-regular basis. Do you hunt? No. I don't hunt. Nothing against it, I just haven't done it. Actually, I shot my first gun the very first day I ever streamed. I got picked up by a guy in Washington State and he gave me a place to stay and stuff like that, and there's no signal out there, but so I didn't stream it. But went and shot some guns on the bluff. That was the first time I ever shot a gun. I thought this wasn't the airport. No, this is a restaurant. Any other Canadian? Did we do meter TRE or TER? I feel kind of dumb. I feel I should know that. Meter, apparently, American spelling. Meter is preferred everywhere else in the English language. I'm just trying to think of like how other Canadians spell it. Just because you're supposed to. In Canada, like on my license, my height's in centimeters and my weight's in kilos. I don't know my weight in kilos. I don't know my height in centimeters. Just found your stream.
Can you hit us with 50-second what you are and what you're doing? What am I? I'm a Canadian, and I hitchhike. Like, you stick your thumb out and cars are driving past on the road and they see you and they're like, oh, that person's hitchhiking. And they pull over for you and they're like, we're going the same direction, so they take me in the direction they're going. So I hitchhike around. So I've done it for 7 months. Went through all 50 states, all 10 Canadian provinces. Now I'm in Iceland, and then I'm going to Europe. Going up, well, Iceland's in Europe, but like going to more continental Europe. Yeah, for another 2.5 months. That's about it. I hitchhike. You get to see places and meet people. It's a cool way to see the world. By meeting people generous enough to pick you up as a hitchhiker. What am I eating? Lamb soup. It's meaner in Canada? Okay. I think Canada tends to use it already. Yeah, okay. Presume you flew to Iceland from Vancouver? Sandstorm, that is correct. Yep, I got in on Friday. And it was very stormy here. And it's been raining on and off ever since. But it's been beautiful. It's been beautiful. Man. If you haven't, I don't know if you use Instagram, but I posted some screenshots that some people in the community grabbed yesterday of where I was yesterday with all these icebergs and stuff like that. Oh, that was great. Staying in a hotel tonight? No, my tent. Tent. It's a tent night tonight. Ooh, I should check the weather. See if it's a nice day or not. You should cook for yourself more. I sleep in a tent. If you don't, it's not hard to enough good, simple food if you find the right info about time, effort. I sleep in a tent. I need more water. Hydrate. You're in the same place 2 days ago? Yeah, I specifically went here because I knew there was power to recharge. Ran out of daylight, and I'm about, 2 hours from Reykjavik? That's fine, that's no excuse. It is an excuse. I don't want to carry a bunch of cooking equipment. I'm not going to carry 10 pounds in cooking gear. I already carry 10 plus pounds of batteries. $10 for a refill? Probably. It's Iceland, baby. They charge for everything here. Water, 1 sec. You can get portable cookies and carry around a pot. I'm not going to do that. That's a lot of extra weight and space. I have a JetBlue Minimo. It's a good camp stove, but I'm not going to. Stew is that lamb stew. Are they just going for scenery if you go to Iceland? I guess it's naturally beautiful. Couldn't you hitchhike across Iceland in like a few hours? The whole loop, the whole ring road, is 1,300 kilometers. So whatever that is. 800 miles? Like, man, I work in the outdoor industry. I sell camping stoves. I know what I'm doing. I prefer to not carry one. I've carried one before. The stuff I carry is through 4 years of trial and error. I've discovered how I like to travel, and this setup is how I like to do it. You can travel with the stove. Check out Discord Gen Chat after Purdy, please. What's there? What do I need to check out? When's the next Bitcoin bull run? Didn't it just go under 5,000? Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Never. I don't know that much about coins, but from the little bit I've heard, the only reason Bitcoin is like the first one that was popularized. There's a lot of better coins out there. Hosted. Discord Gen Chat was hoping to get out to you in time. I don't know what that means. I was catching the energy stream now. I'll be on for a little bit yet. It's only 5 p.m. here. It's gotten dark because Iceland, but do you work at Aria? No, I was in Canada, or I am in Canada, so I'm not in Canada right now, but I'm from Canada. We don't have REI there. I worked at a small retailer called Out There Adventure Center, and then I worked at a larger national chain called Atmosphere. Come to Ireland? I probably will. Oh, the present gift I was mentioned before. The one I was hoping to get to you before Trevor post some pics of it in Discord. I'm checking it right now. Screw after the stream. I managed to be in Belgium around Saturday 4 p.m. so I can watch live. Yes, I can. But no, I can't. I will not be in Belgium Saturday at 4 p.m. Stay on the beach again? Yeah, probably in the same area. Is gas station polar bear proof? Yes, it is. In the fact that there's no polar bears here, so it's proof from polar bears geographically. What, you only made it to Vic? From where I started today? Yeah. The freaking Iceberg Lagoon. That's a decent clip. And I didn't actually get started traveling until pretty late. Like it's like a 2-hour drive from where I was to here. I only got 6 hours of daylight. And I did a lot of hiking before I started hitchhiking. Are you new in the UK? Hitchhike? General. What is that, mate? The sheets are heavy stock laminated, making it weatherproof, and can be joined with included brass pins. The front was gold paper and the back is white. Dry erase markers, you can make ad hoc signs. URL is what is in the corners. That's cool. I like that. It's true. Well, the ride that picked me up and drove me here, they were going all to Reykjavik. I didn't want to go all the way to Reykjavik. Between here and Reykjavik,
was a section of highway that I could not, like, I couldn't see anything. It was the conditions were so bad that I couldn't really see much. And it's supposed to be a beautiful section of highway, so I was hoping to wait for tomorrow so I could actually see it. So there's two factors. The sun was setting as we were going through Vic, so I'm like, I'm just gonna get out here. And then also, the cloud level's quite low, so it'd be the same kind of conditions. Would you fly into Iceland? Keflavik? K-E-F? Whatever that is. Near Reykjavik? But not, they have a domestic airport in Reykjavik, I think. So you want to go anywhere specifically? London to see Twitch's headquarters. That's all I got so far. Yeah, Mad Hoser is making me like a laminated like signs. I won't be able to see it that well. And I can use dry erase for one side, and it already has a west side on the other side. Just a symbol in one sheet size, making them compact and line. That's cool. I like it. Alright, see you chill returns. Let's go set up a tent. No. And I get my tent, you tell me to go hitchhike. How much is this trip going to cost you? Eating out expensive now? Yeah, it's the first time I've eaten out in Iceland. In 4 days or whatever. I've been eating bread and biscuits and Snickers bars. So this is a treat. One of my biggest costs is data. I spend a small fortune on data every month. Hey, Tilted B. 36 degrees is your low temp tonight. Mostly cloudy. West-southwest winds at 10 miles an hour. That's not bad. French says, whatever you order, one house out there legally forced to provide you free bread and water. Really? It's a good tip. I like bread. I enjoy water. Would I recommend molded boots to conventional boots? As in like synthetic, like molded in the machine boots compared to like Goodyear welted like traditional boots? I guess the downside there is they're much harder to re-sole if you really like a pair of boots, but molded boots are going to be less expensive and more consistent. All of them should be the same size. They're formed in a press. Well, like most Goodyear welted shoes are still machine done. Anyway, I don't know. It's personal preference. They're going to be lighter weight too. The older school way of making a boot is heavier. Using Disney Wi-Fi hotspot or just a cell phone. This is my modem and my antenna. Finish the bowl, Trev? Yeah, I'm gonna finish this bowl. I think I could probably, if I really wanted to fill up, I could finish this bowl and get one more down, I think. Custom make them to your feet. I've never... When I'm thinking molded footwear, like the furthest I think is the insoles, so you can heat them up and then put them on, and the inside molds to your feet a little bit. Not like custom make them to your feet from the get-go. That's cool. I've never tried them, so I can't comment on that.
car earlier, a couple, driving to Reykjavik. I didn't want to drive that highway and not be able to see anything. It's dark outside. Bennett. Yo, yo, yo. Are you vegan? But mostly, I'm eating this vegan soup. It's got root vegetables and lamb and that's all vegan, right? Sort of answer was that? About where the couple is? What do you mean? Where are they? Driving to Reykjavik? Why aren't I with them? Because I didn't want to drive through the night? Biggest negative stereotype because they came completely wrong about hitchhiking. A ton of people think it's like playing Russian roulette. Every time you get your hitchhike, like there's a significant chance you're going to die. And same for picking up hitchhikers. I feel like my experience has shown otherwise. Lambs are vegan confirmed? Perfect. Said where the people are couple, the girls from London. What?
Oh yeah, Bob.
Oh, we're the people you were with in the car earlier. You're a couple. Oh, sorry. I thought you said where. I read it wrong. They were like, where are the people? The couple in the car earlier.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying they were a couple, and where are they?
Enjoy.
I misread it. Oh, Captain Bennett, thank you so much for the $6 tip, donation, whatever you want to call it. Thank you, Captain Bennett. I don't know if they're a couple, is the answer to that. I didn't ask. That clap clip. The donation alert. What's the donation alert? I missed it. What does it say? Is it new or just newish? I'm gonna try to solicit you for sex. While hitchhiking? Exclamation point chub, exclamation point blower. That'll fulfill your dirty needs. Ever feel lonely on your travels? Well, I've got, I don't know how many people are watching right now, 400 people. I don't feel very alone, like ever. Probably to a fault. I'm online all day. The only time I'm off is when I'm sleeping in my tent. Did you get their names? I missed if you did. We exchanged names. I forget their names because I'm really bad with names. You're clapping is what I meant. I hadn't seen it before. Oh. Best channel on Twitch deserves the best $6 tip. Well, thank you. Oh, 621. Well, that's different. See, with my setup right now, I can't see it unless I, like, either ask you guys or pull it up on my backup phone. So, I don't get to know how many people are watching. 619K. 619,000. Isn't that a new Twitch record? Or do you wash your clothes? Infrequently. I performance did the man do? I don't know, but one time he dressed up as Santa Claus and then stripped at a party. That's what I interpreted from that. And that sounds like a great time. You guys want me to dress up as Santa Claus and hitchhike? I won't be stripping though. Well, I will at the end of the day, but you guys won't see. You in Reykjavik? No, I'm in Vic. Recommend Walthulu. You want to host someone? It's a biker singing boy. Well, that sounds fun. I'm just gonna maybe follow that person. Just so the option's there at the end of the day. I always forget to follow people. So people tell me things, I'll check them out and I'll forget to follow them. So when I'm ending my stream, I can't find anything. Oh, I shouldn't actually listen to this because it's going to kill my internet. No. Twitch app. Why do you have to suck? Back in Same Exact Cafe. It was 2 nights ago, yeah. Sweet. Iceberg Lagoon face? Yeah. Oh, there we go. No, I found it. I'll just follow this person, and because it looks what they're doing seems cool, so no problem hosting channels that do cool things outdoors, especially outdoors things. You don't bathe? When I get an opportunity. Do I bathe every day? No. Do I bathe every second day? No. Do I bathe every third day? Maybe average every third day, but not necessarily every fourth day. Now we're definitely getting up to at least the average, like, or beyond that, every 5th day. I think the longest we've gone on stream is 8 days. 8 days without a shower. Purchase any new gear for the trip, more batteries, modems that are going to be coming to the UK. New microphone. New wide-angle lens that didn't come in time. Having fish soup? No, this is lamb soup. So yeah, my last shower was in Reykjavik. I hitchhiked here the first day, to the Lagoon place the second day, back to Vic the third day, and I won't be showering here tonight, tomorrow morning, so then into Reykjavik, 4-day territory. We'll see if I end up getting a shower in Reykjavik. Maybe not. It'll be good to recharge my batteries, so when I get to Reykjavik, it might be nice to stay somewhere. Daughter, and we're going to travel to Iceland in June. Are you going to be able to stream any cool locations while you're in Iceland? You should look at that yesterday's VOD. We went to this really cool Iceberg Lagoon place. And that's what I called it. It has an actual name. I don't remember what it is, but it's really cool. And there's icebergs, and there's mountains, and there's glaciers, and it's wonderful. And the sun was like setting, and I got some cool like images of light setting over ice and stuff. Oh, it was cool. You're tired to watch streams because I'm at work. I know these streams aren't as good for a lot of these. It's better for some people, but it's worse for a lot of people. Point known, do you do rain showers if you can't find a shower? I haven't. I've never done a rain shower. I guess I could. Internet situation in Iceland? anything different in streaming in America. The best network Simin is only on band 3, so I could use my US-based Netgear Nighthawk that uses mostly US cellular bands. Band 3 is one of those. So that was convenient, but it won't work very well in a lot of Europe. The big one it's missing is band 20. But the nice thing about Europe is, in theory, European Union rule stuff, you're supposed to be able to roam with calling, texting, and data between countries. Usually they limit you, but I think there's a plan here that I can get that won't limit you. And I can get a lot of data, or a good chunk of data. Seen Northern Lights yet? I haven't. Well, no, I did on my flight to Iceland, but not since I've been landed. Did you know it's World Toilet Day? You do now. The more you know, the more you know. That was a good dinner. Is it raining? It doesn't look like it's raining. Oh yeah, I was gonna check the weather. Actually, looks like it's drying out. The stuff's wet, but like parts of the sidewalk looks like they're drying. White Bear, we're not gonna get into this again. What's the max speed on 3G? Very slow. I mean, it's different here, but if you're on 3G, it's very slow. Thoughts about hitchhiking when dark with visibility vest or something? I used to, I don't anymore. Except if I need to get somewhere. It's harder for cars to see you, even with the high vis vest. Visibility is just poor. And then people seem to act differently at night. People are bolder. Feel concealed by the night. How many hours of daylight right now? 6 hours a day. Let's pretend camping on you can camp on public land. Or there's not much public land? I think there's lots of public land. As far as I know. Anyway, it's accepted here. Facebook's down? Facebook's down? Interesting. I'm so thirsty. I have had 2 cups of water. I want one more. I'm gonna go get some more water. And then I'll probably think about where I want to go next. Like, it just feels so weird to go and wanting to go set up my tent now. Like, I started the stream at 9 a.m. So it's been, what was that, 8.5 hours since I left my tent. I don't want to go to bed yet. I should find like a club and go party. Like 3 people every 1,000 miles. 3 people every 1,000 miles? 3 people every 1,000 miles? What? Facebook is not down. Okay. Gonna get some more water. Are we reading today? Yeah. Do you guys know any more short stories? Does anyone know a good short story that would be free for public use? Out of copyright? Go clubbing in Vic. There's like a couple hundred people living here. Only 30 people live in Iceland. Did you get the stew? I did. Wait, did they call it stew or soup? I don't remember. Anyway, it's lamb. Water. was a pretty good dinner. I'm satisfied. Still don't think it was worth $20. Ocean density in Iceland is 3.35 per square kilometer. That's not very much. It's not very much. You know, Iceland's bigger than I thought it was. Whenever I thought of Iceland, I thought of it as a fairly small island nation. Like, not small, like, you know, like tiny, tiny small, but I thought it was like, if you really wanted to, you could drive around the island in a day. Well, I guess you can. 130 or 1,300 kilometers, 13 hours of straight driving. It's a day. Don't you need to burb now? Burb? Isn't that what I was calling birds earlier? Food is fairly pricey in Iceland? Absolutely. Almost everything's pricey in Iceland. Coffee's free at KFC though. Around Iceland, I didn't have enough time by the time I left the speed I was going, so I only went to the southeast corner and then back. Canada's about 3.98 population. Oh, it's similar. Yeah, most of Canada is unoccupied space. Why did you choose Iceland? Someone said if I donated a flight to Iceland, would you go there? And I said, absolutely, I want to go there anyway. So they donated me a flight. Bry Guy. Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. That's a lot of bits. Thank you very much for the bits. As I'm burping. Sorry. But thank you very much, Bri. How many super fails did you get? I got my first soup and then one refill. Greenland should be called Iceland? Yeah, I think Greenland's icier than Iceland. In general, Iceland's not very icy. Like, we were just where we were the other day. Is right. There's a ton of glaciers that are so permanent ice, but Greenland, I think, has a lot more ice. Country is next after Iceland. UK. How will you get there? Plane. And Iceland should be renamed Some Iceland. Yeah. So we can have Greenland become Iceland and Iceland become Some Iceland. No one would ever get confused. No one ever get confused. Let's just see what else is in town. Maybe there's something interesting that we can check out before we go to bed. Alright. Vic. Here we are. Okay, there's a gas station. There's a bistro and bar. There's a bar we can go drinking. Go drinking, guys. I can't afford to drink in Iceland. There's hotels. There's a church. There's a guest house. There's an overpriced hostel. Can you confirm the Earth is not flat? I have been east and kept going east until I ended up in the same place. To me, that makes things roundish, round-esque. And Iceland is called Iceland to care from invaders. I guess, yeah, you call your place Iceland and it doesn't sound that appealing. It's true. So, your opinion of Iceland now, aside from high prices, could you do the ring road next time? Yeah, I'd like to come back here in like the spring once we get like, 8+ hours of daylight. And do the whole ring road and give myself some more time to like check out these places, because man, is it beautiful. It's absolutely stunning, this country. Like, did you see me at that like the Iceberg Lagoon place? I was in love. It was just so beautiful. I could have hung out in the area for a while, explored. If I didn't have to hitchhike that, I would have kept walking towards that glacier. Going after Iceland, UK. Anything else? Another restaurant. Church. Another restaurant. Come here in June, dude. Experience the 24-hour sun. I'd like to experience that. I've been to Arctic places in. This isn't Arctic. It's north. It's not Arctic Circle. In the winter, but never the summer. I'd like to check it out in the summer, and I could hitchhike almost whenever I want to too. That'd be great. The lamb stew looks painful. Painful? Because it's empty? Does it pain you because it's empty? I don't understand. Okay. Just trying to find something. Okay, let's Google it. What's in Vic? This one beer in local pub. Get to know people. I don't know. It's like $10+ for a beer. You should stop at a really long word on your way back to Reykjavik. What's that? Things. When June there were only like 3 hours of complete darkness? Yeah, that sounds about right. Isn't it like, is that what they define the Arctic Circle as? Is once you're in the Arctic Circle, that's when you get to a point inland where in the peak of the summer you do have 24 hours of daylight. The sun never sets. Or is that just like something I made up in my mind? Okay, the beach. A peninsula with nice views. A lighthouse. Another beach. Oh, where's that beach? That beach looks cool. Oh, you can go up that mountain? A church. Oh, you look at this beach. That looks cool. Where are you? That's nifty.
It's in Iceland, up north in my hometown. June 21st, the sun never disappears completely into the ocean. Oh. Is any of Iceland in the Arctic Circle? Oh, there's puffins there. Puffins are cool. Pretty cute. Where is it? Lurking while working, love the stream. Thanks for taking us to Iceland. Thanks for coming with me to Iceland. It's quite far away. That's what people were telling me, but when I was at the beach near where I was camping, they were like, oh, you can go there. It's just past that point, and sure enough it is. I'll try and go there tomorrow. Food cheap there? No, it's very much not cheap. 24 hour number of days. Nice. This goes. Have interesting people today hitching? Yeah, we had one girl from Czech Republic pick me up. It took me 20 minutes down the road. And then a couple, the guy was from Belgium and the girl was from England, London. And they were very interesting. It was good. It was a good day of hitching. We didn't get that far. I believe the famous tourist eating beach is right there behind the corner where you didn't go yesterday. Tourist eating beach? Tourist eating beach? As in, like, just tourists all go there, like they get eaten up by this tourist destination. I saw it, it looks cool, it's like all pillory. Wow, I'm just throwing back the waters. Was the Czech girl also touristing or working? She was working. She's going to Australia end of December. Was it work there or go to school there? Or something? Is there snow outside? No, there's not. No snow. The lots are right. It's not cold enough to snow right now. Yeah, she's a waitress at a restaurant. Why are we pulling out the sign command? Have I been in this place before? Yeah, 2 nights ago I was here. Specifically came back here because I got dropped off here and I knew there's an outlet right here. Right behind you guys, there's an outlet. I'm low on battery. Strong waves and it takes people out and never back. Oh, that's nice. General plan for this trip? Hitchhike and have fun and take you guys along for the ride. I don't have a general route. There's no, like, for this one, it's not like all 50 states or all 50-ish European countries. It won't be all countries. Do not have time for that. But I'd like to see as much as I can. We're just gonna wing it and have fun. Yeah, that sounds nice to me. I don't like having too much of a plan. You know, I'm heading somewhere and someone picks me up and they're like, hey, I'm going here, you want to come here? I can always be like, yes, I will. I would love to. But I'm glad you love the US one. This man. This man. Nailed it. Trying seal yet? Never. Never tried seal.
Well, I didn't get that much charge. I still have, I think, 3 out of 5, no, 2 out of 4 bars on that, so that's like half full. This one's still full. What was this one at? That's at 2 bars, so about 50% full. Should be good for tomorrow. Won't have enough for the next day, but I should have enough for tomorrow. Safari hitchhike in Kenya. That could be interesting. I'd like to go climb Kilimanjaro. I don't think there's signal there. Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe there's cell towers around there, but... Come over and get some yummy whale. How is whale? Never had it. Try the sheep's head. I saw a picture, it doesn't look very appealing. The hours of sunlight in the day now. 6 hours. All Fulu. Channel's great and views are amazing. Thank you. Thank you, All Fulu. I was just told about your channel. I like what you do. I haven't actually watched it, so I don't actually know in depth. But from what I've been told, it sounds interesting. People outdoors doing things. Right up my alley. Get one more cup of water. I'm filling up on water. For whatever reason, I just feel so thirsty. I haven't drank much today, so I guess I'm catching up on that hydration. I'm gonna have to pee before bed. One more cup. Ooh, I'm gonna refill my water bottle at the same time. It's actually full. I don't need to refill my water bottle. Oh my god. Gonna pee all night. Just 18 hours of peeing. Oh baby. You have to try that rotten shark meat before you leave. I really don't want to. I did like the Sour Toe Cocktail Club. I kissed the severed human toe. But I don't have to eat that, you just have to kiss it, it's different. Afternoon, NJ fan. Sorry, nighttime here. Man, the days are so short. Makes me sad. I cry every time. Alright. What else? Does anyone know any short stories I can tell in my tent once we're set up? Do I have anything to protect myself? I have a Victorinox Swiss Army knife that I used to cut cardboard. I don't even have it for protection. It's not its purpose. Its purpose is to, like, use as a utility. Need 18 hours of sleep per day to be healthy? Yes. Yes, it's winter. We're hibernating now. Have you ever had lutefisk? Is that what we were talking about? The shark thing? The fermented shark? When you wake up at? I've been starting my streams around 9 a.m. here. It's still dark at 9, but that's what I've been starting. Ish. I don't even know the same thing as the while hitching years
ago, it was actually way easier to get a ride in countryside, small communities. It's near. Hitchhiking small communities, I find is faster. I find people more curious about what you're up to, and friendlier, on average. Yeah, no, same experience. That's the replacement stuff. Somebody swallowed the original. I have heard that excited plasma. Swiss Army, easy to explain. Europe has some strict knife laws. Yeah, like it's a utility knife, and it's not very long. It's yeah. Are you a backpacker? I guess. I hitchhike and I carry a backpack with me. I've never been one for labels. You know, like backpacker, nomad, hobo. I don't know. I'm just me and I do my thing. I carry a backpack. Does that make me a backpacker? I guess. I might stop by the store and see if they have any glue. As I broke a leg. Again. I broke it, I fixed it, and now it's broken again. I didn't fix it well enough. Some good H2O. It's got lemon in it. Cracking. My back's cracking. Glue sacro, just duct tape. They're not gonna eat. I don't have any duct tape right now. I had some on my last trip. It was wrapped around my water bottle though, but I brought a different water bottle. This one with me. It's got my name on it. Oh. Duct tape would probably work on that. Tenacious tape makes anything better than duct tape. Yeah. That'd probably work. Just glue two of those limbs together. Yeah. We'll see what they have. They got a little outdoor store here. Just probably costs like $30 for a roll of tape, but whatever. That's life. And as funny as it may seem, some people get their kicks stomping on a dream. But I don't let it get me down. 'Cause this final world, it keeps spinning around. Are you not hot with all your layers on indoors? Kind of. I don't know why I haven't taken them off. I just haven't been sweating, so I'm like, it's fine. It's fine. What's this better? I'm also charging right now, so I'm like not in a huge rush. Okay. 6 o'clock. Alright, I guess let's go see if we can get a thingamajigger and try and fix your leg. I'd like to be charging when I can do that, but
I probably got enough battery for tomorrow. Ish. Enough-ish battery. That's gonna be low power, and that's got a 5,000 mAh battery, I think. So I'll have to draw 5,000 from one of these guys, and like, I don't know, let's say this thing's like 15,600 mAh. You're probably gonna get a usable like 10, 11,000 out of it, so it's gonna drain half of this. Got all dirty. That's why I usually get black. Doesn't get that all over. And then that's half full, that's half full. These two are almost dead. I got the 4,000 mAh one somewhere. We should be good for tomorrow. Yeah. Plans for Thanksgiving? Didn't Thanksgiving already happen? Well, Canadian Thanksgiving definitely happened. It happened a while ago. I don't have any plans for Thanksgiving. Do you learn any Iceland language words? Tak, banani, and skull. Alright, let's start back. Thank you for streaming. Thank you for watching, Worshipped. Let's go see if we can fix your leg. Maybe go to the washroom. Maybe fix the leg. And then go where we're gonna sleep tonight. It's in 2 days here. Where's here? Yeah, I thought Thanksgiving, even the American Thanksgiving, already happened. Thanksgiving is this Thursday? Oh, okay. Is your boyfriend from Iceland? Are you trying to call me? Are you trying to call me gay? Is this... Are you asking if I'm single and if I'm interested? You just have to ask. Just ask. It's okay. Worst they can say is no. Did you get pics from yesterday? Yeah, go check out my Instagram. I posted screenshots that you guys took, the community took. The same busted tripod from Hitchhiking US? Yeah, I tried to fix it, because I got another one. I got like a GorillaPod 1K, one of the smaller ones. I'm like, it's so small, and it's like high winds in winter, so I'm like, I tried to fix it. I glued it, and the glue broke. Channel got renamed? Yeah, we're just Hitch now. Oh yeah, there's the Catholic brides. Trevor's currently single. Send applications via Discord. There you have it, guys. And girls. Guys and girls. We don't discriminate. To discriminate only generates hate. Some weren't good? Are you saying some of those pictures weren't good? On Instagram? From yesterday? Which ones weren't good? I'm slightly offended. I'm slightly offended. I thought they were all good. I was pretty proud of them. I didn't do them. You guys screenshotted them. So to be in a relationship when you are a globetrotter? Yeah, it means long distance. I don't travel long term with anyone. I like the freedom of solo travel. And that limits things. I've wrecked I've wrecked relationships due to my tendency to traveling. No, the ones I took. Oh, okay. Alright, I was a little sad for a moment. I'm like, which pictures that we posted were bad? They were all 10 out of 10? Yes. With the screen all fuzzy? It's, yeah, like, when you're taking, like, a live stream and taking screenshots from it. It's, not the best.
Now I can show you how the pioneers
Jake's up.
hitchhike.
Maybe we should get a hitch pride emote as well. Tweeted your pictures, so nice. Yeah, it's very nice. You don't really have to be much of a photographer to take nice pictures in Iceland. It's just there. What I just missed because I'm just now coming back because I fell asleep. I came in on something about there's the cap rides. What did I miss? Cap rides. What? I don't know. Lemon a go-go. Thank you for the host. Thank you very much for the host, Lemon a go-go. And welcome to Hitch. You've caught me kind of at the end of my day. I have very short days right now because I'm in Iceland and there's only 6 hours of daylight, but what I do is I hitchhike. I've been here. I'm the guy that hitchhikes on Twitch. Caught 2 rides today. Sun is set. It's 6:12 p.m. here. The sun sets around 4, so we've already had like 2 hours of freaking nighttime. But welcome. And Lemon Go-Go, thanks again for the host. Oh, use your phone to take screenshots. Yeah, that'd be difficult to get good ones. Alright, let's go try and fix your leg. I've broken so many tripods. Like, the first one I got, it broke. But it didn't break a leg, it broke like at the joint thing. Now I've gone through 3 the gorilla pods? 3? Or is it just 2? No, 2 I have 3. I've broken 2. But the other one I didn't break. I tried to fix this one. This is like the nicest one I had. The burliest one, and I broke it. Supposed to get snow in Manchester in a few days? Nice. Nice. Wasn't Hitch a bad Will Smith film? Is there such thing as a bad Will Smith film? I don't think there is. I don't think it's possible to have a bad Will Smith film. We also incorporate relationship. What was he? A relationship coach? Into this stream, or we're thinking about it. So we can be both the hitchhiking Hitch and the relationship coach Hitch. Sounds like a very cold place for hitchhiking. It's not too bad. It's like 5 to 7 degrees average-ish during the day. Trapper using a Joby GorillaPod 3K right now, I think. It's not that cold. It's been, well, no, this is the first day I got here. It was very windy and rainy. Then it's been rainy on and off since, but not actually that windy. It has a reputation to be very windy, but it hasn't really been since, well, the second day I was here was windy too. Okay, I've only been here like 4 days. The one he did with his son was pretty bad. Oh, After Earth? Is that what that was called or something? I like having a water bottle with my name on it. It makes me feel special. Alright, let's start getting packed up. Try to fix a leg, grab some tape or glue or something. Do that somewhere here, maybe quickly, and then, well, the glue would take a while to set. If it's tape, then I can do that. need a tripod sponsorship. They wouldn't want to sponsor me because I'll keep breaking their tripods, and that's not good for marketing. Looks like a familiar place. This is Vic. I was here 2 nights ago. Alright, let's start packing. Alright. But we won't call that a Will Smith movie. Yeah. That doesn't count. There's nothing wrong with snakes on a plane. Like, let's be honest, we've all had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Or what's the TV edit version? Does anyone know what the TV edit line is for that? Something very different. You in Reykjavik? No, I'm in Vic. Have we changed what's the titles? The title's still some Iceberg Lagoon place? Or cool Iceberg Lagoon place? Or has it been changed to Vic? Alright, view dashboard. It's still sweet Iceberg Lagoon place. Alright, let's change it to Vic. That's a lot shorter. Alright. Says location Vic? Oh. Well, I just changed it, but maybe it was changed. My thing still said. Yeah, I just changed it. Alright. Alright, let's do this. Let's blow this popsicle stand. Wait, what are you at? 79. Alright, that's fine. This thing's getting some wear and tear. Monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane? Is that actually it? Had it with these monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane. These dang Monday to Friday planes. I hate them. England is 8 hours of sun. That's more manageable. The extra 2 hours is actually significant. We're at 6 hours here. Did I have a good day? I had a great day.
I had a wonderful day. Did you have a good day? Is everyone having a good day today? You are. Europe. Soon. Soon. Not soon. Hey, Fob Collector, how's it going? Welcome back. You were here earlier, right? Not too bad, thank you. Went fast today. That's a good fast? Fast can be good or bad. Really depends how you're looking at it. Fast usually means busy, at least. Having a difficult day, but your stream makes it better. Glad my stream makes it in some way better. I'm sorry you're not having a great day, or having a difficult day, rather. Just try to avoid crushing the bread too much. Coming to Robin Hood Land? Absolutely. Northwest of England's my home. Northwest. I think of Lakes District when I think Northwest. Still smells like my mom's cookies. This bag was full of molasses cookies when I left. Wow, all these people from UK. Oh, I guess England is mostly what we're looking at here. let's see if we can make this happen. Alright, to have this undone because it wants to flip over just a little.
I think UK will be like the US in terms of random people staring at the camera. I think that's everywhere. There's just not that many people here. Also, everyone in Iceland, or not everyone, but you run into a ton of tourists, and tourists have cameras. So it almost seems like I'm not doing something that weird here. So everyone else has a camera, and there's lots of selfie sticks and stuff like that too. Nice views, expensive food. No sun, still fun. We're not gonna hitchhike tonight. The sun's down. Pack the large bottle of ketchup. All right, we'll do that. Yes. What is this? What is this? Making new tape? No, I'm trying to fix the tripod. All I have is this tape and this tape. LOL Iceland? What's LOL about Iceland? Is Iceland funny? I don't know. I don't think either of these tapes are gonna hold up. By glue, there's no good glue here. There's a glue stick. That's not gonna do anything. No duct tape? I don't know. Not many duct tape. Maybe the grocery store is normal duct tape. Glue and tape? They didn't have good glue and they didn't have tape. They had a glue stick. Is this a different store? I think this is a different store now. Let's just ask this guy. Hey, do you have any like glue or tape? Like
By the register, but it's just like
a more like okay, or nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Thank you. cheap in the pound shop in the UK? I'm not. I'm surprised it worked that far. In winter, there just isn't much daylight. There's a grocery store there. I'm gonna see if they have tape there. Sleep 16 hours a day there? Well, that's how much nighttime there is. Well, just about that. 18 hours of the sun being down, but probably 18 hours of usable light. What do you do? I don't know. There's stuff to do at night, then you do stuff at night. This looks like just groceries. I think it's just groceries. I'm not gonna find that there. Alright, let's go to the washroom. Oh no, I don't need to go to the washroom. That's fine. Let's just go. We can go at the front. Some crazy glaciers up north. There's a crazy glacier in the south too. Well, I guess it depends what you mean by crazy. Behind you on the wall, Trevor, there's a free factory too. Well, there's a free factory too. A wool house. Do we get to say hi to some sheep? Some Icelandic sheep? Get to make friends? But baby, it's cold out there. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. This is like the only store in town that has like things. The rest is like hotels and restaurants. Hotels and restaurants don't have this. Alright. Let's just head out. Baby, it's cold outside. Da 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 da. So it's gonna be cold in England on Thursday? That's okay. I'm prepared for the cold. cold outside. Alright, I'm gonna... My, internet stuff. Hopefully it's windy. Oh my lord. My antenna tried to run away from me. It sailed away. Little sticks there. Wow. It's breezy. It ain't easy being breezy. Breezy, beautiful. Cover girl. Holy moly. Loose mic? Maybe. 1 second, let me fix things. I broke things. I gotta go pee. But there's plenty of place out there. Sounds windy there tonight. That is correct. Let's get prepared to go to bed. Is it loose mic or it just sounds windy? Stake tent weather? Yeah, we definitely need to stake the tent down tonight. Oh boy. Alright. Like a nesting doll on me because I've got all the coats. Oh my god, this leg. It's so broken. It's the worst it's ever been. It's always just been floppy, but this time it like wants to fall over completely. Okay, don't fall over while I'm doing this. Static equals loose mic. Okay, it's static. It's fine. Rumbling, jumbling mic. It's very windy out. Oh shit, my battery's low. No, I'll have to plug this in by the time I like go anywhere and get anything done. Fuck. Okay. You have one of those batteries in here? Or one of those thingamajiggers? Yes. Yes, I do. Alright, let's get a battery. What's the point of hurting my pride? Baby, it's windy out here. Don't blow away. I need you guys here, right here. I need you to stay. That's not the right chord. Shit. Damn it. I'm dumb. It takes USB-C. I'm not using this one right now. I'm gonna borrow it for the minute. And then we can go where we're going to sleep. Plug the shit in. What's your plan for Europe? Hitchhike and have fun. Boom. Plan. Alright, don't blow away. I swear, don't blow away. Do it. Okay, stay. Someone said 10 miles an hour. This is more than 10 miles an hour. This is much more than 10. Ow! Stop slapping my ear. Alright, I'm going to cover my ears. I'm gonna take out eventually, but... Broken at hitchhiking world records. Probably most recorded hitchhikes, that's about it. People have hitchhiked their whole lives. I've only done 4 years. I've done a lot in 4 years, but there's people that have done it for 40 years. Alright, let's go. look like a dork. It's the new style. All the kids are doing it these days. Cold rain, just wind. Just a cold wind. It's not even coming off the ocean, it's coming from inland. It's coming from the east. Seems northeast. Unless I got my directions all mixed up. I'm gonna try to take a pic of my hat. Granny style? Thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all night. Babushka is actually in style right now? Yes. For men and women? Just women? Just men? Babushka style. Excavator. I got that thing on like that to cover my ears. Exposed skin gets cold. Wait. Was it this road? I forgot which road I took. In UK you get battered? You guys are that's a very rude thing. That's very closed mind of you guys. Yeah, it's the next one. No, it hasn't updated. Fan figure? No, I think it's one more. One more block. Just like a babushka in the UK every day. Yeah. Did you get bashed? Why not set yours free like usual? Because it's really windy and cold? Exposed skin when it's really cold is it hurts. No, same spot, same area. They're best for being babushka, only love. See? Everyone thinks there's bashing going on, but it's all just a bunch of love. Was your beanie in my bag? I just didn't feel like getting it out, and I already had a neck warmer on. Babushka style. Yeah. Was it Europe route? I don't have a plan. We're just winging it. I feel like that was the freaking road I took. Maybe it wasn't. It's windy tonight. so bad tonight. That song is a little weird. This girl's like, I gotta go home. And the guy's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Here are the reasons why. And she's like, okay, fine, I'll go. Sure, I'll stay. UK, Belgium, France, and Germany could be dangerous? For what? I've hitchhiked in all of them. Okay, now I remember where I am. At least UK doesn't have the polar bear problem Iceland does. These damn polar bears are everywhere. You can't escape them. You're just walking down the street, boom, polar bear right in front of you. They just jump out of. They're like drop bears in Australia. Your favorite place to hitchhike? Places that are naturally beautiful, I guess. They're just like pretty outdoors places. So Iceland's up there. My favorite places that I hitchhiked, I kind of tell people, is Ireland, Croatia, Japan. And there's a lot of beautiful places in a lot of other places. So like Switzerland makes the short list. Yeah. Carry protection? That's probably one of the most commonly asked questions. I carry a little Victoria Swiss Army knife for cutting cardboard. It's not for protection, it's for utility. Got attacked by a goose once. I heard you're supposed to grab them by the neck. They don't like that, and they'll bugger off. But I've dealt with angry geese, but they've never full on attacked me. Where we're walking to? Place to camp. Geese make good guard animals? Yeah, I guess so. Baby geese are really cute too. So that's a good thing about geese. Goslings. So they carry a knife in UK? I don't think it is. I think the general consensus I've got for Europe is it's legal to just carry around a knife if there's no reason to carry around a knife. I feel like I have a reason to carry around a knife. And then yeah, they'll have specific length and locking rules and stuff. Different places have different knife rules. I've had several Norwegians come and be like, it's banned in Norway to carry a knife anywhere. I don't think that's the case. illegal to carry memes in the UK. No memes allowed. There will be no memes. Only sorrows. Sorry, we're not gonna have visibility for a little bit here. You can camp anywhere in Europe. Not anywhere. Some countries are very open to, other ones are less so. England's not as welcome to it as Iceland is. Where are you going in UK? I don't know yet. We're just winging it. I'm starting somewhere. I'm keeping it a mystery that I'm going somewhere else. Just carry a shank in your prison pocket. Ever going like prisoners do? Europe's so dark and depressing. I don't know. Guess we're about to find out, aren't we? Starting Heathrow in London? No. I'm not telling people where I'm starting though. This be first time in London? Yeah, it will be. Never been in London before. Been in England, but not London. I generally don't like cities. The reason I'm going to London is because Twitch headquarters is there. So I'll have to coordinate with staff a tour. That'll be pretty neat. What's the sense of my pride? Do-do-do-do-do. Up to your knees out there. Not a fan of big cities? Yeah, I wouldn't say I am either. Not good for sleeping in a tent. Canary Islands Hitchhike is a good winter tour of Europe. Yeah. Excuse me. The flap is trying to hit me in the face. Need help or boarding in London? Hit me up. You got a place? Are you offering me a place to sleep? Oh, London's got nice museums and they're free. Nice. Twitch headquarters. There's their European headquarters are in London. I think their main one is San Francisco. So they've got an office in London. And apparently it's pretty new. So I'm excited to check that out. Didn't realize how much walking is involved with hitchhiking. It's in the name. Hitch and hike. We're doing the hike part. Oh, there's puddles. I gotta be cognizant. I gotta turn the brightness down on the screen. It's ruining my night vision. Alright, that's better. I want to go home. 8-bit. Yeah, we're in Iceland. Welcome to Iceland. It's beautiful, can't you tell? It's just spectacular. I love it here. Don't you love it too? It's just... I don't know what else to say. right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. About 10 miles a day. That's a lot of miles in a day. Was that part of your job? 16 kilometers every day. That's a lot of walking. We did a lot of walking today because we walked like towards that glacier, and that was on really annoying terrain. That was on that sand, annoying to walk on. Should have Southern Europe instead? No, I like cold environments. This way? I think it's this way. Maybe this wasn't it. You see where you're going? Yeah, I got night vision. My eyes are adapting to the light. That was the next one. I honestly prefer to just use my eyes that have adapted to the dark rather than pulling out a headlamp unless I need it. Like if there's no light at all, then I will pull out the headlamp, but there's enough for me to see here, so I prefer to do that. Damn it, I have that Christmas song stuck in my head. Why is it Christmas season? Christmas songs are so catchy. They're just like, you know, it's stuck in your head. I'm telling you, Vic. Matt Hoser. Alright, see you. Thanks for making up those signs, they look cool.
Oh yeah, boss. Everything good is nasty. No one buys for free. Ain't nothing good unless you play with it. Yeah.
Miss Acid Burn with the 6 month resub. I'm doing a thumbs up for you. You can't see it. I'm blocking lights with my thumb here. Or something. Yeah. No. Okay, I can't see my thumb. Okay, there it is. 6 months hype. Been having to watch the VODs because of different time zones now. Much love, Trevor. Thank you, Miss Asper, for 6 months continued support. Watching the VODs because I'm not in the right time zones for a lot of people anymore. I'm sorry. But thanks for the resub. Wow, so dark. Yeah. It's winter. Well, it's fall. But it looks like winter. In that it gets dark at 4 p.m. Hope you can see in front of you. Yep, I can. Night vision, man. And this is thrilling content. Blackness and hearing the footfalls of some guy just walking around. Gripping, really. Darkland looks nice. It's the new name. It's Iceland, it's Darkland. Windy. Maybe I'll look for somewhere different that's sheltered from the wind a bit. I was a bit exposed before, but it was better for the wind where I was, or better for the rain where I was before. Hitching into central London using public transport for that bit. Well, it depends whoever picks me up on the way to London. If they drop me off in central London, that's cool. If they don't, then I'll figure out a way to get in there. But once I'm in London, I won't be hitchhiking. I'll hitchhike out of London, but transiting to the edge of it. From got one of those safety reflectors. I'm nowhere near cars. I usually have a high-vis vest on me. I lost it and I haven't replaced it yet. I usually have one. cold as ice. Down here would be good, yeah. That looks pretty good. Let's find a flat spot. Flat-ish spot, that is. That'll do. Alright. I think that'll do, kids. How far are we from water? A couple hundred meters. I'm gonna sit you guys down. I have to go pee. So stay tuned for that. So you think you can tell how far away from water? I can see the water. Night vision, man. I'm telling you. It's a thing. Has anyone been thinking of a short story? I have a true story. Is this live? I hope so. Is there anyone home? No. Icelandic waves hitting our ears? Yes. Yes, they are. Alright, let's, I gotta set my tent. And then we'll go inside, maybe tell a story, and then talk for a bit, and then go from there. quick tent setup. Even though I'm allowed to free camp in Iceland, I prefer to not like just give away my position to everyone in the freaking 10 square miles. So if I set it up without the headlamp, I do. That's what I'm gonna do because I can see. Can't even see it right. Yeah, I don't think I really have anything I can point you at that you could see. See it? Yeah, you can't really see anything. Lots of stars. That's dust anymore. Unfortunately, it's overcast, so yeah, we can't see any stars. Seals nest on the beach. I don't know what seals do for nesting. Is that what seals do? Do they nest? Like a bird? They burrow in the sand. Is that a thing? Curious. What do seals do? What do they do? Is campfire option or legal? When I free camp, I follow leave no trace principles. I don't know if it's allowed. Maybe someone knows. But I prefer to fully leave no trace. Unless there's a actual setup camp pit, camp spot, then, or fire pit. That's what I was looking for. Camp pit, fire pit, whatever. Then I don't make one. Seals don't make nests? What did they do? Honestly, I have no idea what they do. I didn't think they made nests. I didn't think anything about seals. They're cute. Seals chill on beaches at night. Now I want to go chill with seals. Think I could find one? Seals look like they'd be chill. You know, things to hang out with. takes a little bit longer in these conditions because it's windy. So I gotta stake out the tent before I put up the poles. Getting there. No, use that. Just gotta get the fly on. Fly's quick. Restake it out at better. I like that. There's just more pop. backpack fell out. Those are waves. Alright, we're good. Start moving all our stuff inside. Sorry about the no weight. Alright, sorry. Tent time. It's tent time. Welcome to my home. You can't see anything for the moment, but you will be able to soon. Oh, leg's almost broken. Okay, go over there. Alright, this. Hi. Welcome to my crib. I still got my hat on. It's very stylish. Weenie Toes going on. I was away from the camera doing things. Mom says hi. Hi, Mom. From England. English Mom. Looks cozy. Yeah, it's pretty cozy. I like it. It's my home. It's a nice home. Wakes up hugging a seal. That doesn't sound too bad. Like brushing my teeth. Do you sleep in all your clothes? No, I don't. You go down to boxers. In summer, you go down to less than that. Just one quick thing. This just helps it stay stable in the wind. Strappy thingy. Get sweaty as cracks from all the walking. That's why I like cold weather, because if you're too hot and you start to sweat, then you can take a layer off and then you're not sweating. You can manage your heat. Better. Much better. The vestibule was just a little bit too floopy. Kind of flooping in the wind a bit. Can't imagine what? Someone doesn't know how to regulate their body temperature. Alright. No green light? Why does everyone like the green light? We can go green for a little bit. Night vision super stealth tactical mode with a hat. Babushka. Dude, let's get a story. I've been asking people to give me a story. Like, does anyone know any short stories? I have to get them off of like free source, so that they're not copyrighted, you know, so anyone can use them.
Oh yeah, Bob. And ain't nothing good unless you play with it.
While this is happening, I'm going to set up my sleeping pad and use my schnozzle bag. Schnozzle. Have some biscuits to eat before you sleep. With the sweet, you sleep back? No, I had dinner before bed. And I just brushed my teeth, so. Trinas, thank you for the 2-month resub. Appreciate the continued support. Green is so much better. Green is best. Okay, because people like green. Green's the new color. Okay, but if we're telling a scary story, we have to go to red.
Oh yeah, Bob.
Smoking games now.
And ain't nothing good unless you play with it. Yeah.
Can you eat the 3 little pigs? No. Put the TV on? No. What are you guys on about? Big Joe, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the Twitch checkers. Thanks for burning that Twitch Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Green seems clear. Better detail. Green is scarier. Just don't have to be scared. No crime in Iceland. No crime. No apex predators. Just the environment, or like just the elements, the wind and the rain and the cold. What's the song from subs? I don't know what it is. Some of those people change things, and I don't know what they are. I can't hear it with my setup. Which country is the best food? I usually don't eat very good food, so I don't know. Hey, I staked you. Why are you floopy? Don't be floopy. Get the schnozzle going. Schnoz. Turn the heating on. I don't have heating. It's a tent. My body is the heater. My sleeping bag is the insulator. I'm self-heating. That was weak. I want to redo that. Need multicolored light for weird stories. All I got is green, blue, and red. That's better. Much better. Schnozzle bag time. You look like enough? Do I? Well, I got a big squishy bag. What have you got? Eh? Squishy bag. Reddit's the scariest, that's what I thought. But maybe ghost stories, you know, like, what's the Ghost Hunters or something like that, the TV show? They use night vision camera stuff. Okay, looking a bit green. I'm angry. You can see your body shot outside on tent. Now we're to hit tent to hit you? I don't think so. I'm glad you're looking out. still isn't the perfect seal on the schnoz. Because it broke, and then I fixed it, but it's definitely not perfect. Yeah, I can hear the air blasting out of here. I guess it's just good for a partial inflation. It's very disappointing. Broke my schnoz. I'm not satisfied with that. A little tap got caught in the way. Tell the Yukon cabin fever story from Theater of the Mind radio drama. Can I tell that? Is it like copyrighted? The couple. I didn't get their contact info. I'll give them my card though. Are you cold? No, I'm not. Really don't need this on right now. Uh-oh. Good look, right? The best part, imagine around entering the stream now. Wow. It's the new thing, camping streams. You ever much issue with getting too cold? No. Are you never afraid inside your tent? Not really. I've spent hundreds of nights in my tent in a variety of places. Like, when I was coming down, it's hard not to get like a little bit nervous when you've got a bear around your tent. I had that coming down through Oregon. Yeah. There. Hi. Okay. So, what's up? Alright. Let's see. I need to tell a story. We've been doing story time, tent time, because it gets light or dark so early here. It's, nice to do something before, instead of going to bed at, it's currently 7:50 p.m. Okay. Ever got frostbite? No. No, I do not. Or have not. I hear birds. Birds outside. You'd be scared AF, dude, but I've never done camping much. Well, there you go. You camp enough, you won't be scared anymore. Is it cold? Not really. I'm quite comfortable. I have to go and stake that other side out a bit better. Should be fine. Anything to protect versus big wildlife and camping. You don't really need to do anything to protect from wildlife while camping. Don't have food inside your tent. Except for here in Iceland, because there's nothing that's gonna pester you more than like a rat or a mouse or something.
Great content, Trev. Keep it up.
In the same spot as last time in Vic, a similar area, but not the exact same spot. You get lonely? Not really. It's part of the script. Always. Spider, thanks for the 300 bits. Great content, Trev. Keep it up. Thank you. Lowest temperature you have camped out in? Minus 32 echoes. In Inuvik, in winter. You are food. Not to anything on land in Iceland. Bears even won't mess with people in tents. There's no reason to if there's no food. Has it happened? Yes. Is it normal? No. It's like swimming in the ocean. Are there sharks out there? Yes. Do they want to attack you? No. Do they sometimes attack people? Yes. Should you be concerned about it? Not really. Cold day up there? No. It actually feels quite mild. Can someone look up the temperature here in Vic? I'm quite warm. And I'd tell you if I was cold. Look like a green Martian. I'll take that as a compliment. It's gonna annoy me. I have to stake that out. Did that come on clip complete? What happened? No, it's still out there. It's just not holding up very well. Good on that side. Just not on that side. I had some wildlife. Maybe it was a bear. Not totally sure. Ripped through the front part of this tent I was in because we left food in there as it was the biggest tent. Yeah. That's the problem there. 7 degrees Celsius. 8 degrees Celsius. Soup's not sitting so... Oh, because I'm green. Is it a green night vision or just a green light? I'm confused. Night vision. We've upgraded our tech significantly. We now have night vision optics. Miss Acidburn, you ruined it. I just want to tell a short story, but I don't know how to find a good... Oh, there's one called... There's short stories of various types, and in it, there's one called A Camping Trip by Hamlin Garland. We're camping. I'm just concerned it wouldn't be very exciting. Still carry on a bag of nuts. I have some trail mix. Why green? Because everyone asked for green. Victorian short stories. Stories of courtship. It's not easy. Okay. Oh, that was impact velocity high and Waka Waka high. Whereas at Hitch staying the night, Vic. Victorian short stories of troubled marriages. Oh, God. Actually, you know what? I can pump. Should look. Night vision. Are you charging your phone? Mobile batteries. Lots of mobile batteries. The Red One by Jack London. What's that? Is it scary or is it just a short story? I can read that. Telltale Heart? What? Is it windy there tonight? It's pretty windy. Or it's gusty, but I'm kind of behind a ridge, so I'm protected from the brunt of the wind. What's nowhere up to Io? It's my VPS service provider, but also where I get my bonding equipment from to bond multiple cellular networks together without using the power of a LiveView, TVU, or Teradek. So rather than going direct to Twitch, when I lose connection, the stream goes offline, creates a new VOD. When it comes back online, the stream goes offline. If you have auto hosting set up, it auto hosts a channel. And then you go back online and it auto hosts it, and it's like sending people all over the place. It's really annoying. And then instead of having 30 million VODs a day, I just have one. It also upscales whatever I send to the VPS to clear things out a little bit. Small animal that started chatting a couple nights ago. No, I don't remember. Well, no, I don't not remember. I never found out. Read it in Google Play Books. If I can find it in this thing, then I can read it. But if it's copyrighted, I can't read that. But I'll look it up. I'll find the cabin fever story for next, but I think it's called Blizzard of Terror. Ooh, cabin fever. It's a way better explanation on their website. What does it say on their website? Do you usually find somewhere to leave your food, or do you not usually have food? I don't really care much for food. Right now I kind of have food. Just bread, trail mix, and digestive cracker thing, cookie things. English commonly spoken. I have yet to run into a person in Iceland that can't speak English. So yes, they speak really good English here. This came up in the search, but it's not in this little collection of stories. The red one. Maybe I search more clearly. Okay. Excuse me. Step at RTMT endpoints, cloud streaming, bonding, another black magic. No clue about it. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. The red one, Jack London. How long are you? Is it very long? It's okay if it's long. That's an appropriate length, I think. Can you show how it looks outside? No, because it's black, it's dark. You can't see anything. I'm not sure if in foreign countries. No, have you found most people spoke some English? Depends where you are, not in Russia, but everywhere else pretty widely spoken. Just imagine being awkward for them to pick you up when you can't understand each other. So yeah, in Russia it's can be kind of awkward because it's 10,000 kilometers of Russia to cross and like not much language in common. What's the background sound? Sea, river, traffic, sea, ocean, Atlantic Ocean. Are you about to stream the Grinch movie? You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. I don't know the rest of the words. Do 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 do. Mr. Grinch. All right. The Red One by Jack London. We're doing a short story time now. I've been doing these every night because I want to work on my reading. And it's good for me, and it's something to do in general when it gets dark out so early and I don't want to go to bed yet. That's pretty much it. That's what I got. Oh yeah, this battery might be getting low. 32. I'm going to have to probably swap batteries there. I'm going to have to grab a battery from outside. Hold on. Hold your horses, everyone. Everyone, just relax. Don't panic. Don't panic. This is how I keep you guys charged. Batteries. It's Edgar Allan Poe. Does he do poetry? Short stories. Is he a poet? What does he do? Okay. Mostly everyone in Russia understands basic English. Not where I was. I was dealing with generally people middle-aged or older. So maybe the younger generation would be different. I noticed in a lot of places where English wasn't as widely spoken, the younger you got, the more English was spoken. Alright. Story time, guys. The Red One by Jack London. There it was, the abrupt liberation of sound. As he timed it with his watch, Bassett likened it to the trump of an archangel. Walls of cities, he meditated, might well fall down before so vast and compelling a summons. For the 1000th time, vainly he tried to analyze the tone quality of that enormous peal that dominated the land far into the strongholds of the surrounding tribes. The mountain gorge, which was its source, rang to the rising tide of it until it brimmed over and flooded earth and sky and air. With the wantonness of a sick man's fancy, he likened it to the mighty cry of some titan of the elder world vexed with misery or wrath. Higher and higher it rose, challenging and demanding in such profounds of volume that it seemed intended for ears beyond the narrow confines of the solar system. There was in it, too, the clamor of protest in that there was no ears to hear and comprehend its utterance. Such the sick man's fancy, still he strove to analyze the sound. Sonorous, as thunder as was it. Man, they use some words that I've never used before, which is good. It's good to learn new words. Sonorous as thunder was it, mellow as a golden bell, thin and sweet as a thrum-taut chord of silver. No, it was none of these, nor a blend of these. There was no words nor semblances in his vocabulary and experience with which to describe the totality of this sound. Time passed. Minutes merged into hours or quarters of hours, and quarters of hours into half hours, and still the sound persisted, ever changing from its initial vocal impulse, yet never receiving fresh impulse, fading, dimming, dying as enormously as it had sprung into being. It became a confusion of troubled mutterings and babblings and colossal whisperings. Slowly it withdrew, sob by sob, into whatever great bosom had birthed it, until a whimpering, deadly whisper of wrath and as equally seductive whispers of delight, striving still to be heard to convey some cosmic secret, some understanding of infinite import and value. It dwindled to a ghost of sound that had lost its menace and promise and became a thing that pushed on the sick man's consciousness for minutes after it had ceased. When he could hear it no longer, Bassett glanced at his watch. An hour had elapsed ere the archangel's trump had subsided into tonal nothingness. Was this, then, his dark tower? Bassett pondered, remembering his Browning and gazing at his skeleton-like and fever-wasted hands, and the fancy made him smile. As Childe Roland, bearing a slug-horn to his lips with an arm as feeble as his was it months or years, he asked himself, since he first heard that mysterious call on the beach at Ringmanu? To save himself he could not tell. The long sickness had been most long. In conscious count of time he knew of months, many of them, but he had no way of estimating the long intervals of delirium and stupor, and how fared Captain Bateman of the Blackbird and Mary. He wondered, and had Captain Bateman's drunken mate died of delirium tremens yet? From which vain speculations Bassett turned idly to review all that had occurred since that day on the beach of Ringmanu, and when he first heard the sound and plunged into the jungle after it. Sagawa had protested. He could see him yet, his queer little monkeyish face eloquent with fear, his back burdened with specimen cases, in his hands Bassett's butterfly net and naturalist shotgun, as he quavered in Beche de Mer English. Me fella, too much fright along bush. Bad fella boy, too much stop 'em along bush. Bassett smiled sadly at the recollection. The little new Hanover boy had been frightened, but had proved faithful, following him without hesitancy into the bush in the quest after the source of the wonderful sound. No fire-hollow tree trunk, that throbbing war through the jungle depths, had been Bassett's conclusion. Erroneous had been his next conclusion, namely, that the source or cause could not be more distant than an hour's walk, and that he would easily be back by mid-afternoon to be picked up by Nary's whaleboat. The big fella noise no good. All the same devil, Sagawa had adjudged, and Sagawa had been right. Had he not had his head hacked off within the day? Bassett shuddered. Without doubt, Sagawa had been eaten as well by the bad fella boys too much, that stopped along the bush. He could see him, as he had last seen him, stripped of the shotgun and all the naturalist gear of his master, lying on the narrow trail where he had been decapitated barely the moment before. Yes, within a minute the thing had happened. Within a minute, looking back, Bassett had seen him trudging patiently along under his burdens. Then Bassett's own trouble had come upon him. He looked at the cruelly healed stumps of the first and second fingers of his left hand, then rubbed them softly into the indentation in the back of his skull. Quick as had been the flash of the long-handled tomahawk, he had been quick enough to duck away his head and partially to deflect the stroke with his upflung hand. 2 fingers and a hasty scalp wound had been the price he paid for his life. With one barrel of his 10-gauge shotgun, he had blown the life out of the bushman who had so nearly got him. With the other barrel, he had peppered the bushman's bending over Sagawa, and had the pleasure of knowing that the major portion of the charge had gone into the one who leapt away with Sagawa's head. Everything had occurred in a flash. Only him, the slain bushman, and what remained of Sagawa were in the narrow, wild pig run of a path. From the dark jungle on either side came no rustle of movement or sound of life, and he had suffered distinct and dreadful shock. For the first time in his life, he had killed a human being, and he knew nausea as he contemplated the mess of his handiwork. This is serious stuff. Then had begun the chase. He retreated up the pig run before his hunters, who were between him and the beach. How many there were, he could not guess. There might have been 1 or 100, for aught he saw them. That some of them took to the trees and traveled along through the jungle roof, he was certain. But at the most, he never glimpsed more than an occasional flitting of shadows. No bowstrings twanged that he could hear, but every little while, whence discharged he knew not, tiny arrows whispered past him, or struck tree boles and fluttered to the ground beside him. They were bone-tipped and feather-shafted, and the feathers torn from the breasts of hummingbirds iridesced like jewels. Once and now, after the long lapse of time, he chuckled gleefully at the recollection. He had detected a shadow above him that came to instant rest as he turned his gaze upward. He had made out nothing, but deciding to chance it, had fired at it a heavy charge of number 5 shot. Squalling like an infuriated cat, the shadow crashed down through the tree ferns and orchids and thudded upon the earth at his feet, and still squalling in rage and pain, summoned
Everything good is nasty. And ain't nothing good unless you play with
his free foot had done what reduced the squalling to silence. So injured, the Savory, as Bassett since become, that he chuckled again with the glee of the recollection. Wow. Root Beer 80, thanks for the 2-month resub. Appreciate that. I'm gonna get inside my sleeping bag. I can feel myself starting to cool down now that I've stopped moving and doing things. So we're going to avoid the cold by insulating the heat above. Song name? I don't know what our current sub-song is. I can't even hear it. Sometimes it just gets changed. I don't even know where it's from or what it is. Lay on this side for a bit. Sleeping bag and tent keep you warm anywhere. It's rated to -6. I have a 0 degree bag, a -6 bag, and a -40 bag, so you bring the appropriate bag for the conditions. Alright. Continuing on. What a night had followed. Small wonder that he had accumulated such a virulence and variety of fevers, he thought, as he recalled that sleepless night of torment, when the throbs of his wounds was as nothing compared with the myriad strings of the mosquitoes. There had been no escaping them, and he had not dared to light a fire. They had literally pumped his body full of poison, so that, with the coming day, eyes swollen almost shut, he had stumbled blindly on, not caring much. His head should be hacked off, and his carcass started on the way of Sagawas to the cooking fire. 24 hours had made a wreck of him, of mind as well as body. He had scarcely retained his wits to all. So maddened was he by the tremendous inoculation of poison he had received. Several times he fired his shotgun with effect into the shadows that dogged him. Stinging day insects and gnats added to his torment, while his bloody wounds attracted hosts of loathsome flies that clung sluggishly to his flesh and had to be brushed off and crushed off. He's not having a good time. Once in that day he heard again the wonderful sound, seemingly more distant but rising imperiously above the nearer water drums in the bush. Right there was where he had made his mistake, thinking that he had passed beyond it and that, therefore, it was between him and the beach at Ringmanu. He had worked back towards it, when in reality he was penetrating deeper and deeper into the mysterious heart of the unexplored island. That night, crawling in amongst the twisted root of a banyan tree, he had slept from exhaustion while the mosquitoes had their will of him. Followed days and nights that were vague as nightmares in his memory. One clear vision he remembered was of suddenly finding himself in the midst of a bush village and watching the old men and children fleeing into the jungle. All had fled but one. From close at hand and above him, a whimpering as of some animal in pain and terror had startled him, and looking up, he had seen her, a young woman rather, suspended by one arm in the cooking sun. Perhaps for days she had so hung. Her swollen, protruding tongue spoke as much. Still alive, she gazed at him with eyes of terror. Past help, he decided, as he noted the swellings of her legs, which advertised that the joints had been crushed and the great bones broken. He resolved to shoot her, and there the vision terminated. He could not remember whether he had or not, any more than could he remember how he chanced to be in that village, or how he succeeded in getting away from it. Wow, this is an interesting story. I like this. Many pictures, unrelated, came and went in Bassett's mind as he reviewed that period of his terrible wanderings. He remembered invading another village of 12 houses and driving all before him with a shotgun, save for one old man too feeble to flee, who spat at him and whined and snarled as he dug open a ground oven, and from amid the hot stones dragged forth a roasted pig that steamed its essence deliciously through its green leaf wrappings. It was at this place that wantonness of savagery had seized upon him. Having feasted, ready to depart, with a hind quarter of the pig in his hand, he deliberately fired the grass thatch of a house with his burning glass. But seared deepest of all in Bassett's brain was the dank and noisome jungle. It actually stank with evil, and it was always twilight. Rarely did a shift of sunlight penetrate its matted roof of 100 feet overhead, and beneath that roof was an aerial ooze of vegetation, a monstrous parasitic dripping of decadent life forms that rooted in death and lived on death. And through all this he drifted, ever pursued by the flitting shadows and the anthropophagi themselves, ghosts of evil that dared not face him in battle, but that knew that soon or late they would feed on him. Bassett remembered that at the time, in lucid moments, he had likened himself to a wounded bull pursued by plains coyotes, too cowardly to battle him for the meat of him, yet certain of the inevitable end of him when they would be fully gorged. As the bull's horns and stamping hoofs kept off the coyotes, so his shotgun kept off these Salmon Islanders, these twilight shades of bushmen of the inside of Guadalcanal. Came the day of the sea of the grasslands, abruptly, as if cloven by the sword of God. In the hand of God, the jungle terminated, the edge of it perpendicular, and as black as the infamy of it, was 100 feet up and down, and beginning at the edge of it grew the grass, sweet, soft, tender pasture grass that would have delighted the eyes and beasts of any husbandman, and that extended on and on for leagues and leagues of verdure, to the backbone of the great island and towering mountain range flung up by some ancient earth cataclysm, serrated and gullied, but not yet erased by the erosive tropic rains. But the grass, he had crawled into a dozen yards, buried his face in it, smelled it, and broken down in a fit of involuntary weeping. And while he wept, the wonderful sound had pealed forth, if by peal. He had often thought since an adequate description would be given of the enunciation of so vast a sound melting sweet. Sweet it was as no sound ever heard. Vast it was, as of so mighty a resonance that it might have proceeded from some brazen-throated monster. And yet it called to him across the leagues-wide savannah, and was like a benediction to his long-suffering, pain-racked spirit. He remembered how he lay there in the grass, wet-checked, but no longer sobbing, listening to the sound and wondering that he had been able to hear it on the beach of Ringmanu. Some freak of air pressures and air currents, he reflected, had made it possible for the sound to carry so far. Such conditions might not happen again in 1,000 days or 10,000 days, but the one day it had happened had been the day he landed from the Nari for several hours collecting. Especially had he been in quest of the famed jungle butterfly, a foot across from wingtip to wingtip, as velvet dusky of the back of color as was the gloom of the roof, of such lofty arboreal habits that it resorted only the jungle roof and could be brought down only by a dose of shot. It was for this purpose that Sagawa had carried 10-gauge shotgun. 2 days and nights he spent crawling along that belt of grassland. He had suffered much, but pursuit had ceased at the jungle edge, and he would have died of thirst had not a heavy thunderstorm revived him on the second day. And then had come Balata. In the first shade, where the savannah yielded to the dense mountain jungle, he had collapsed to die. At first she had squealed with delight at sight of his helplessness, and was for beating his brain out with a stout forest branch, Perhaps it was his very utter helplessness that had appealed to her, and perhaps it was her human curiosity that made her refrain. At any rate, she had refrained, for he opened his eyes again under the impending blow and saw her studying him intently. What especially struck her about him were his blue eyes and white skin. Coolly, she had squatted on her hams, spat on his arm, and with her fingertips scrubbed away the dirt of nights and days and nights of muck and jungle that sullied the pristine whiteness of his skin. We're still good? And everything about her had struck him especially, although there was nothing conventional about her at all. He laughed weakly at the recollection, for she had been as innocent of garb as Eve before the fig-leaf adventure, squat and lean at the same time, asymmetrically limbed, string-muscled, as if with lengths of cordage, dirt-caked from infancy, save for casual showers. She was as unbeautiful a prototype of woman as he, with a scientist's eye, had even gazed upon. Her breast advertised at the one time her maturity and youth, and if by nothing else, her sex was advertised by the one article of finery with which she was adorned, namely a pigtail, thrust through a hole in her left earlobe. So lately had the tail been severed that its raw end still oozed blood that dried upon her shoulder, like so much candle droppings, and her face, a twisted and wizened complex of apish features, perforated by upturned sky-open Mongolian nostrils, by a mouth that sagged from a huge upper lip and faded precipitately into a retreating chin, by peering, querulous eyes and that blinked as blinked the eyes of denizens of monkey cages. I feel like that's a fairly racist description. Not even the water she brought him in a forest leaf and the ancient and half-putrid chunk of roast pig could redeem in the slightest the grotesque hideousness of her. When he had eaten weakly for a space, he closed his eyes in order not to see her, although again and again she poked them open to peer at the blue of them. Then had come the sound, nearer, much nearer. He knew equally well, despite the weary way he had come, that it was still many hours distant. The effect of it on her had been startling. She cringed under it, with averted face, moaning and chattering with fear. But after it had lived its full life of an hour, he closed his eyes and fell asleep, with Balada brushing the flies from him. When he awoke, it was night, and she was gone, but he was aware of renewed strength, and by then, too, thoroughly inoculated by the mosquito poison to suffer further inflammation. He closed his eyes and slept an unbroken stretch till sunup. A little later, Balada had returned, bringing him her a half-dozen women who, unbeautiful as they were patently not so unbeautiful as she. She evidenced by her conduct that she considered him her find, her property, and the pride she took in showing him off would have been ludicrous had his situation not been so desperate. Later, after what had been to him a terrible journey of miles, when he collapsed in front of the devil house in the shadow of the breadfruit tree, she had shown very lively ideas of the matter of retaining possession of him. Lagoon, whom Bassett was to know afterward as the devil doctor, priest of medicine man of the village, he wanted his head. Others of the grinning and chattering monkey men, all as stark as of clothes and bestial of appearance as Balata, had wanted his body for the roasting oven. At that time he had not understood their language, if by language might be dignified the uncouth sounds that they made to represent ideas, but Bassett had thoroughly understood the matter of debate, especially when the men pressed and prodded and felt of the flesh of him as if he were so commodity in a butcher's stall. Belladda had been losing the debate rapidly when the accident happened. One of the men, curiously examining Bassett's shotgun, managed to cock and pull a trigger. The recoil of the butt into the pit of the man's stomach had not been the most sanguinary result, for the charge of shot at a distance of a yard had blown the head of one of the debaters into nothingness. Wow. This way. Even Belladda joined the others in flight, and ere they returned, his senses already reeling from the oncoming fever attack, Bassett had regained possession of the gun, whereupon, although his teeth chattering with the ague and his swimming eyes could scarcely see, he held onto his fading consciousness until he could intimidate the bushmen with the simple magics of compass, watch, burning glass, and matches. At the last, with due emphasis of solemnity, and awfulness, he had killed a young pig with his shotgun and promptly fainted. Bassett flexed his arm muscles in quest of what possible strength might reside in such weakness, and dragged himself slowly and totteringly to his feet. He was shockingly emaciated, yet during the various convalences of the many months of his long sickness, he had never regained quite the same degree of strength as this time. What he feared was another relapse such as he had already frequently experienced, without drugs, without even quinine. He had managed so far to live through a combination of the most pernicious and most malignant of malarial and black water fevers, but could he continue to endure? Such was his everlasting query, for, like the genuine scientist he was, he would not be content to die until he had solved the secret of the sound. Supported by a staff, he staggered the few steps to the Devil house, where death and Lagoon reigned in the gloom. Almost as infamously dark and evil-stinking as the jungle was the Devil house, as in Bassett's opinion, yet therein was usually to be found his favorite crony and gossip, Lagoon, always willing for a yarn or a discussion, and while he sat in the ashes of death and in the slow smoke shrewdly revolved, curing human heads suspended from the rafters, for through the month's interval of consciousness of his long sickness, Bassett had mastered the psychological simplicities and lingual difficulties of the language of the tribe of Lagoon and Belladda, and the latter, the adult-headed young chief who was ruled by Lagoon, and who, whispered intrigue had it, was the son of Lagoon. "Will the Red Oak one speak today?" Bassett asked, by this time so accustomed to the old man's gruesome occupation as to take even an interest in the progress of the smoke curing. With the eye of an expert, Lagoon examined the particular head he was at work upon. "It will be 10 days before I can finish," he said. "Never has any man fixed heads like these." Bassett smiled inwardly at the old fellow's reluctance to talk with him of the Red One. It had always been so. Never by any chance had Lagoon or any other member of the weird tribe divulged the slightest hint of any physical characteristic of the Red One. Physical the Red One must be, to admit the wonderful sound, and though it was called the Red One, Bassett could not be sure the red represented the color of it. Red enough were the deeds and powers of it, from what abstract clues he had gleaned. Not alone, had Nagurn informed him, was the Red One more bestial, powerful than the neighbor tribal gods, even a thirst for the red blood of living human sacrifices. But the neighbor gods themselves were sacrificed and tormented before him. He was the god of a dozen allied villages similar to this one, which was the central and commanding village of the Federation. By virtue of the Red One, many alien villages had been devastated and even wiped out. The prisoners sacrificed to the Red One. This was true today, and it extended back into old history, carrying down by word of mouth through the generations. When he, Nagurn, had been a young man, the tribe beyond the grasslands had made a war raid. In the counter raid, Nagurn and his fighting men had made many prisoners. Of children alone, over 500 living had been bled white before the Red One, and many, many more men and women. The Thunderer was another of Nagurn's names for the mystical deity. Also at times was he called the Loud Shouter, the God-voiced, the bird-throated, the one with the throat sweet as the throat of the honeybird, the sun-singer, and the star-born. Why the star-born? In vain Bassett interrogated Nagurn. According to that old devil doctor, the Red One had always been just where he was at present, forever singing and thundering his will over men. But Nagurn's father, wrapped in decaying grass, matting and hanging, even then over their heads among the smoky rafters of the devil house, had held otherwise. That departed wise one had believed that the Red One came from out of the starry night, else why, so his argument had the old and forgotten ones passed his name down as the Starborn. Bassett could not but recognize something cogent in such argument. But Nagurn affirmed the long years of his long life, wherein he gazed upon many starry nights, yet never had he found a star on grassland or in jungle depth. He had looked for them. True, he had beheld shooting stars, this in reply to Bassett's contention, but likewise he beheld the phosphorescence of fungoid gross and rotten meat, and fireflies on dark nights, and the flames of wood fires, and of blazing candle nuts. Yet what were flame and blaze and glow when they had flamed and blazed and glowed? Answer: memories only, of things which had ceased to be, like memories of matings accomplished, of feats forgotten, of desires that were the ghosts of desires, flaring, flaming, burning, yet unrealized in achievement of easement and satisfaction. Where was the appetite of yesterday? The roasted flesh of the wild pig, the hunter's arrow failed to slay, the maid unwed and dead ere the young men knew her. A memory was not a star, was Nagurn's contention. How could a memory be a star? Further, after all his long life, he still observed the starry night sky unaltered. Never had he noted the absence of a single star from its accustomed place. Besides, stars were fire, and the Red One was not fire, which was involuntarily betrayed, told Bassett nothing. Will the Red One speak tomorrow? He queried. Nagurn shrugged his shoulders as who should say. And the day after, Bassett persisted. I would like to have the curing of your head. Nagurn changed the subject. It is different from any other head. No devil has a head like it. Besides, I would cure it well. It would take months and months. The moons would come and the moons would go, and the smoke would be very slow, and I should myself gather the materials for the curing smoke. The skin would not wrinkle. It would be as smooth as your skin now. He stood up, and from dim rafters grimed with the smoking of countless heads, where day was no more than a gloom, took his matting-wrapped parcel and began to open it. "It is a head like yours," he said, "but is poorly cured." Bassett had pricked up his ears at the suggestion that it was a white man's head, for he had long since come to accept that these jungle dwellers in the midmost center of the great island had never had intercourse with white men. Certainly, he had found them without the almost universal Beinamere English of the West-South Pacific, nor had they knowledge of tobacco, nor of gunpowder, their few precious knives made from lengths of hoop iron, and their few and more precious tomahawks from cheap trade hatchets. He had surmised that they had captured in war from the bushmen of the jungle beyond the grasslands, and that they in turn had similarly gained them from the saltwater men who fringed the coal beaches of the shore, and had contact with the occasional white men. "The folk in the out beyond do not know how to cure heads," old Nguyen explained as he drew forth from the filthy matting and placed in Bassett's hands an indubitable white man's head. Ancient it was beyond question, while it was, as the blonde hair attested, he could have sworn it once belonged to an Englishman, and to an Englishman of long before, by token of the heavy gold circlets still threaded in the withered earlobes. "Now your head, the devil, the doctor began his favorite topic. "I'll tell you what," Bassett interrupted, struck by a new idea. "When I die, I'll let you have my head to cure, if first you take me to look upon the red one." "I will have your head anyway, when you are dead," Nguyen rejected the proposition. He added, with the brutal frankness of the savage, "Besides, you have not long to live. You are almost a dead man now. You will grow less strong. In not many months I shall have you here turning and turning in the smoke. It is pleasant through the long afternoons to turn the head of one you have known as well as I know you, and I shall talk to you and tell you the many secrets you want to know, which will not matter, for you will be dead." "Nguyen," Bassett threatened in sudden anger, "you know the baby thunder in the iron that is mine?" This was in reference to his all-potent and all-powerful shotgun. "I can kill you any time, and then you will not get my head. Just the same will Vinyan or someone else of my folk get it," Nguyen complacently assured him. "And just the same will in the end turn devil house in the smoke. The quicker you slay me with your baby thunder, the quicker your head turn in the smoke." And Bassett knew he was beaten in the discussion. What was the red one? Bassett asked himself 1,000 times in the succeeding week. While he seemed to grow stronger, what was the source of the wonderful sound? What was this sun singer, this star-born one, this mysterious deity, this bestial conducted at the black and kinky-headed and monkey-like human beast who worshipped it, and whose silver-sweet, bold-mouthed singing and commanding he had heard at the taboo distance for so long? Nguyen had failed to bribe with the inevitable curing of his head when he was dead. Vinyan, imbecile and chief that he was too imbecilic, too much under the sway of Nguyen to be considered. Remained Balada, who from the time she found him and poked his blue eyes open to recrudescence of her grotesque female hideousness, had conquered his adorer. Woman she was, and he had long known that the only way to win from her treason of her tribe was through the woman's heart of her. Bassett was a fastidious man. He had never recovered from the initial horror caused by Balada's female awfulness. Back in England, even at best, the charm of women to him had never been robust. Yet now resolutely, as only a man can do who is capable of martyring himself for the cause of science, he proceeded to violate all the fineness of delicacy of his nature by making love to the unthinkably disgusting bushwoman. He shuddered, but with averted face hid the grimaces and swallowed his gorge as he put his arms around her dirt-crusted shoulders and felt the contact of her rancidly oily and kinky hair with his neck and chin. But he nearly screamed when she succumbed to that caress so at the very first of the courtship, and mowed the gibbered and squealed little queer pig-like gurgly noises of delight. It was too much. And the next he did in the singular courtship was to take her down to the stream and give her a vigorous scrubbing. Alright. From then on, he devoted himself to her like a true swain, as frequently and for as long at a time as his will could override his repugnance. But marriage, while she ardently suggested was due observance of tribal custom, he balked at. Fortunately, taboo rule was strong in the tribe. Thus, the Gurn could never touch bone or flesh or hide of crocodile. This had been ordained at his birth. Vinyan had denied ever the touch of woman. Such pollution, did it chance to occur, could be purged only by the death of the offending female. It had happened once, since Bassett's arrival, when a girl of 9, running in play, stumbled and fell against the sacred chief, and the girl child was seen no more. In whispers, Balada told Bassett that she had been 3 days and nights in dying before the Red One. As for Balada, the breadfruit was taboo to her, for which Bassett was thankful. The taboo might have been water. For himself, he fabricated a special taboo. Only he could marry, he explained. Would the Southern Cross rode highest in the sky, knowing his astronomy, he thus gained a reprieve of nearly 9 months, and he was confident that within that time he would either be dead or escape to the coast with full knowledge of the Red One and of the source of the Red One's wonderful voice. At first he had fancied the Red One to be some colossal statue, like Menmon, rendered vocal under certain temperatures conditions of sunlight. But when, after a war raid, a batch of prisoners was brought in and the sacrifice made at night in the midst of rain when the sun could play no part, the Red One had been more vocal than usual. Bassett discarded that hypothesis. In company with Balada, sometimes with men and parties of women, the freedom of the jungle was his for 3 quadrants of the compass. But the 4th quadrant, which contained the Red One's abiding place, was taboo. He made more thorough love to Balada, also saw to it that she scrubbed herself more frequently. Eternal female she was, capable of any treason for the sake of love, and though the sight of her was provocative of nausea, that the contact of her provocative of despair, although he could not escape her awfulness in his dream-haunted nightmares of her, he nevertheless was aware of the cosmic verity of sex that animated her and that made her own life of less value than the happiness of her lover, with whom she hoped to mate. Juliet or Balata? Where was the intrinsic difference? The soft, tender product of ultra-civilization, or her bestial prototype of 100,000 years before her? There was no difference. Bassett was a scientist first, a humanist afterward. In the jungle heart of Guadalcanal, he put the affair into the test. As in the laboratory, he would have put the test of any chemical reaction. He increased his feigned ardor for the bushwoman, at the same time increasing the imperiousness of his will of desire over her to be led to hook upon the Red One face to face. It was the old story, he recognized, that the woman must pay, and it occurred when the two of them one day were catching the unclassified and unnamed little black fish, an inch-long half-eel and half-scaled, rotund with salmon golden roe that frequented the fresh water. and that were esteemed raw and whole, fresh or putrid, a perfect delicacy. Prone in the muck of the decaying jungle floor, Balada threw herself, clutching his ankles with her hands, kissing his feet, and making slubbery noises that chilled his backbone up and down. She begged him to kill her rather than exact this ultimate love payment. She told him of the penalty of breaking the taboo of the Red One, a week of torture, living the details of which she yammered out from her face in the mire until he realized that he was yet a tyro of knowledge, of frightfulness. The human was capable of wreaking on the human. Yet did Bassett insist on having his man will satisfied at the woman's risk, that he might solve the mystery of the Red One singing, though she should die long and horribly in screaming, and Balada, being mere woman, yielded. She led him into the forbidden quadrant, an abrupt mountain shouldering in front the north to meet a similar intrusion from the south, tormented the stream in which they had fished into a deep, gloomy gorge. After a mile along the gorge, the way plunged sharply upwards until they crossed a saddle of raw limestone, which attracted his geologist's eye. Still climbing, although he paused often from sheer physical weakness, they scaled forest-clad heights until they emerged on a naked mesa or tableland. Bassett recognized the stuff of the composition as black volcanic sand, and knew that a pocket magnet could have captured a full load of the sharply angular grains trod upon. And then, holding Balada by the hand and leading her onwards, he came to it, a tremendous pit, obviously artificial, in the heart of the plateau. Old history, the South Seas sailing directions, scores of remembered data and connotations, swift and furious, surged through his brain. It was Mendana who had discovered the islands and named them Solomon's. Believing that he had found the monarch's fabled mines, they had laughed at the old navigators' childlike credulity. And yet here stood himself, Bassett, on the rim of an excavation for all the world like the diamond pits of South Africa. But no diamond this had gazed down upon, rather was it a pearl, with the depth of iridescence of a pearl, but of the size all pearls of earth and time, welded into one, could not have totaled, and of color undreamed of in any pearl, or of anything else, for that matter, for it was the color of the Red One, and the Red One himself. Bassett knew it to be, on the instant, a perfect sphere, full 200 feet in diameter. The top of it was 100 feet below the level of the rim. He likened the color quality of it to lacquer. Indeed, he took it to be some sort of lacquer applied by man, but a lacquer too marvelously clever to have been manufactured by the bush folk. Brighter than bright cherry red, its richness of color was as if it were red builded upon red. It glowed and iridesced in the sunlight as if glowing up from the underlay of red. In vain Balada strove to dissuade him from descending. He threw himself in the dirt, but when he continued down the trail that spiraled the pit wall, she followed, cringing and whimpering her terror that the red sphere had been dug out as a precious thing was patent. Considering the paucity of members of the federated 12 villages and the primitive tools and methods, Bassett knew that the toil of the myriad generations could scarcely have made that enormous excavation. He found the pit bottom carpeted with human bones, among which a battered and defaced lay village gods of wood and stone, some covered with obscene totemic figures and designs, were carved from solid tree trunks 40 or 50 feet in length. He noted the absence of the shark and the turtle gods, so common among the shore villages, and was amazed at the constant reoccurrence of the helmet motive. What did these jungle savages of the dark heart of Guadalcanal know of helmets? Had Mendana's man-at-arms worn helmets and penetrated here centuries before? If not, then whence had the bush folk caught the motive? Advancing over the litter of gods and bones, Balada whimpered at his heels. Bassett entered the shadow of the red one and passed on under its gigantic overhang until he touched it with his fingertips. No lacquer that. Nor was the surface smooth, as it should have been in the case of lacquer. On the contrary, it was corrugated and pitted, with here and there patches that showed signs of heat fusing. Also, the substance of it was metal, though unlike any metal or combination of metals he had ever known. As for the color itself, he decided to be no application. It was the intrinsic color of the metal itself. He moved his fingertips, which up to that had merely rested, along the surface, and felt the whole gigantic sphere quicken and live and respond. It was incredible, so light a touch on so vast a mass, yet did it quiver under the fingertip caress in rhythmic vibrations that became whisperings and rustlings and mutterings of sound, but of sound so different, so elusively thin that it was shimmeringly sibilant, so mellow that it was maddening sweet, piping like an elfin horn, which last was just what Bassett decided would be like a peal from some bell gods reaching earthward from across space. He looked at Balada with swift questioning, but the voice of the red one he had evoked had flung her face downward and moaning among the bones. He returned to contemplation of the prodigy. Hollow it was, and of no metal known on earth. Was his conclusion it was right named by the ones of old time as the star-born? Only from the stars could it have come, and no thing of chance was it. It was a creation of artifice and mind, such perfection of form, such hollowness that it certainly possessed, could not be the result of mere fortuitousness. A child of intelligences remote and unguessable, working corporally in metals it indubitably was. He stared at it in amaze, his brain a racing wildfire of hypotheses to account for this far journeyer who had adventured the night of space, threaded the stars, and now rose before him and above him, exhumed, impatient, and anthropophagy, pitted and lacquered by a fiery bath into atmospheres. But was the color a lacquer of heat upon some familiar metal, or was it an intrinsic quality of the metal itself? He thrust in the blue point of his pocket knife to test the constitution of the stuff. Instantly, the entire sphere burst into a mighty whispering, sharp protest, almost twanging goldenly. If a whisper could possibly be considered to twang, rising higher, sinking deeper, the two extremes of the registry of sound threatening to complete the circle and coalesce into the bull-mouthed thundering so he had often heard beyond the taboo distance. Forget of safety, of his own life instead, itself, entranced by the wonder of the unthinkable and unguessable thing, he raised his knife to strike heavily from a long stroke, but was prevented by Balata. She upreared on her own knees in an agony of terror, clasping his knees and supplicating him to desist. In the intensity of her desire to impress him, she put her forearm between her teeth and sank them to the bone. He scarcely observed her act, although he yielded automatically to his gentler instinct and withheld the knife attack. To him, human life had dwarfed to microscopic proportions before this colossal portent of higher life from within the distances of the sidereal universe. As she had been a dog, he kicked the ugly little bushwoman to her feet and compelled her to start with him on an encirclement of the base. Partway around, he encountered horrors. Even among the others did he recognize the sun-shriveled remnant of the 9 years girl who had accidentally broken Chief Vinyan's personality taboo. And among what was left of these that had passed, he encountered what was left of one who had not yet passed. Truly had the bushfolk named themselves into the name of the Red One, seeing in him their own image, which they strove to placate and please with such red offerings. This is creepy and following. We're camping in the woods. Have at it. Further around, always treading the bones and images of humans and gods that constituted the floor of this ancient channel house sacrifice, he came upon the device by which the Red One was made to send his call singing thunderingly across the jungle belts and grasslands to the far beach of Ringmanu. Simple and primitive was it, as was the Red One's consummate artifice. A great king post, 100 feet in length, seasoned by centuries of superstitious care, carven into dynasties of gods, each superimposed, each helmeted, each seated on the open mouth of a crocodile, was slung by ropes twisted by climbing vegetable parasites from the apex of a tripod of great forest trunks, themselves carved into grinning and grotesque adumbrations of man's modern concepts of art and God. From the striker king post were suspended ropes of climbers to which men could apply their strength and direction. Like a battering ram, this king post could be driven end onward against the mighty red iridescent sphere. Here was where Nagirn officiated and functioned religiously for himself and the 12 tribes beneath or under him. Bassett laughed aloud, almost with madness, at the thought of this wonderful messenger, winged with intelligence across space, to fall into a bushman stronghold and be worshipped by ape-like man-eating and head-hunting savages. It was as if God's world had fallen into the muck mire of the abyss underlying the bottom of hell. As if Jehovah's commandments had been presented on carved stone to the monkeys of the monkey cage at the zoo, as if the Sermon on the Mount had been preached in a roaring bedlam of lunatics. The slow weeks passed, the nights by election. Bassett spent on the ashen floor of the Devil house, beneath the ever-swinging, slow-cured heads. His reason for this was that it was taboo to the lesser sex of woman, and therefore a refuge for him from Balata, who grew more persecutingly and perilously loverly at the Southern Cross Road higher in the sky and marked the imminence of her nuptials. His day Bassett spent in a hammock swung under the shade of the great breadfruit tree before the Devil house. There was breaks in the program when, in the comas of his devastating fever attacks, he lay for days and nights in the house of heads. Ever he struggled to combat the fever, to live, to continue to live, to grow strong and stronger against the day when he would be strong enough to dare the grasslands and the belted jungle beyond and win to the beach and to some labor recruiting, blackbirding ketch or schooner, and on to civilization and the men of civilization to whom he could give news of the message from other worlds that lay darkly worshipped by beastmen, and in the heart of Guadalcanal's midmost center. On the other nights, lying late under the breadfruit tree, Bassett spent long hours watching the slow setting of the western stars by the black wall of jungle where it had been thrust back by the clearing for the village. Possessed of more than a cursory knowledge of astronomy, he took a sick man's pleasure in speculating as to the dwellers of the unseen worlds of those incredibly remote suns, to haunt whose houses of light Life came forth a shy visitant from the rayless crypts of matter. He could not more apprehend limits to time than bounds to space. No subversive radium speculations had shaken his steady scientific faith in the conservation of energy and the indestructibility of matter. Always and forever must there have been stars, and surely, in that cosmic firmament, all must be comparatively alike, comparatively in the same substance or substances, save for the freaks of the ferment. All must obey or compose the same laws that ran without infraction through the entire experience of man. Therefore, he argued and agreed, must words and life be appendages to all the suns as they were appendages to the particular of his own solar system. Even as he lay there under the breadfruit tree, an intelligence that stared across the starry gulfs, so much all the universe would be exposed to the ceaseless scrutiny, and innumerable eyes like his, though grantedly different, was with behind them. By the same token, intelligences that questioned and sought the meaning and the construction of the whole, so reasoning, he felt his soul go forth in kinship with that august company, that multitude whose gaze was forged the sky with their gigantic red iridescent, heavy singing message. Surely, the long since had they too trod the path on which man had so recently, by the calendar of the cosmos, set his feet. And to be able to send a message across the pit of space, surely they had reached those heights to which man, in tears and travail, is that a word? And bloody, in darkness and confusion of many counsels, was so slowly struggling. And what were they on their heights? Had they won brotherhood? Or had they learned that the laws of love imposed the penalty of weakness and decay? What was strife life? Was the rule of the universe and pitiless rule of natural selection? And most immediately and poignantly were their far conclusions, their long-won wisdoms, shut even then in the huge metallic heart of the Red One, waiting for the first earth man to read. Of one thing he was certain: no drop of red dew shaken from the lion mane of some sun in torment was the sounding sphere. It was of design, not chance, and it contained the speech and wisdom of the stars. What engines and elements and mastered forces, what lore and mysteries and destiny controls might be there, undoubtedly, since so many could be enclosed in so little a thing as the foundation stone of the public building. This enormous sphere could contain vast histories, profounds of research achieved beyond man's wildest guesses, laws and formulae that easily mastered would make man's life on earth, individual and collective, spring up from its present mire to inconceivable heights of purity and power. It was time's greatest gift to blindfold, insatiable, and sky-aspiring man, and to him, Bassett, had been vouchsafed the lordly fortune to be the first to receive this message from man's interstellar kin. No white man, much less no outland man of the other bush tribes, had gazed upon the Red One and lived. Such the law expounded by Nguyen to Bassett. There was such a thing as blood brotherhood. Bassett, in return, had often argued in the past, but Nguyen had stated solemnly no. Even the blood brotherhood was outside the favor of the Red One. Only a man born within the tribe could look upon the Red One and live. But now, his guilty secret known only to the latter, whose fear of immolation before the Red One fast sealed her lips, the situation was different. What he had to do was to recover from the abominable fevers. I actually know that word, but I still couldn't do it. That weaken him, and gain to civilization. Then would he lead an expedition back and ahead, and although the entire population of Guadalcanal he destroyed, extract from the heart of the Red One, the message of the world from other worlds. But Bassett's relapses grew more frequent, his brief convalences less and less vigorous, his periods of coma longer, until he came to know beyond the last promptings of the optimism inherent in so tremendous a constitution as his own, that he would never live to cross the grasslands, perforate the perilous coast jungle, and reach the sea. He faded as the Southern Cross rose higher in the sky, till even Balada knew that he would be dead ere the nuptial date determined by his taboo. Nigurin made pilgrimage personally and gathered the smoke materials for the curing of Bassett's head, and to him made proud announcement and exhibition of the artistic perfectness of his intention when Bassett should be dead. As for himself, Bassett was not shocked. Too long and too deeply had life ebbed down in him, and to bite him with fear in it of its impending extinction, he continued to persist, alternating periods of unconsciousness with periods of semi-consciousness, dreamy and unreal, in which he idly wondered whether he had ever truly beheld the Red One, or whether it was a nightmare fancy of delirium. Came the day when all mist and cobwebs dissolved, when he found his brain clear as a bell, and took just appraisement of his body's weakness. Neither hand nor foot could he lift. So little control of his body did he have that he was scarcely aware of possessing one. Lightly indeed the flesh sat upon his soul, and his soul, in its briefness of clarity, knew by its very clarity that the black cessation was near. He knew the end was close, knew that in all truth he had with his eyes beheld the Red One, the messenger between the worlds, knew that he would never live to carry that message to the world, that message, for aught to the contrary, which might have already have waited man's hearing in the heart of Guadalcanal for 10,000 years. And Bassett stirred with resolve, calling Nigurin to him out under the shade of the breadfruit tree, and with the old devil doctor discussing the terms and arrangements of his last life effort, his final adventure in the quick of the flesh. I know the law, O Nigurin, he concluded the matter. Whoso is not of the folk may not look upon the Red One and live. I shall not live anyway. Your young men shall carry me before the face of the Red One, and I shall look upon him and hear his voice, and thereupon die under your hand, O Nigurin. Thus will the three things be satisfied: the law of my desire, and your quicker possession of my head, for which all your preparations wait. To which Nigurin consented, adding, it is better so. A sick man who cannot get well is foolish to live on for so little a while. Also, it is better for the living that he should go. You have been much in the way of late. Not but what it was good for me to talk to such a wise one, but for moons of days we have held little talk. Instead, you have taken up room in the house of heads, making noises like a dying pig, or talking much and loudly in your own language, which I do not understand. This has been a confusion to me, for I like to think on the great things of the light and dark as I turn the heads in the smoke. Your much noise has thus been a disturbance to the long learning and hatching of the final wisdom that will be mine before I die. As for you, upon whom the dark has already brooded, it is well that you die now, and I promise you, in the long days to come, when I turn your head in the smoke, no man of the tribe shall come in to disturb us, and I will tell you many secrets, for I am an old man and very wise, and I shall be adding wisdom to wisdom as I turn your head in the smoke. So a litter was made and borne on the shoulders of a half-dozen of men. Bassett departed on the last little adventure that was to cap the total adventure for him of living, with a body of which he was scarcely aware, for even the pain had been exhausted out of it, and with a bright, clear brain that accommodated him to a quiet ecstasy